Chapter 10:14. Of course, Chu Yang absolutely disagreed with what Han Sharan had said. It was definitely making a mountain out of a molehill to do such a thing at the 10th birthday celebration. However, with Diwu Qingru as the host, it was definitely extraordinary. As for what Han Sharan said about Diwu Qingru sucking up to him, Chu Yang would definitely not agree with that. Han Shaoran had never heard of Diwu Qingru or didn't understand him. It was reasonable for him to say such words. However, if Chu Yang really thought so, then he would be an idiot. If Han Shaoran knew how powerful Diwu Qingru was, he would probably not say such words even if he was beaten to death. There was a kind of person who, regardless of his level of martial arts, would be able to do well no matter where he was. No matter how big the world was, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Diwu Qingru was undoubtedly such a person. A person like Diwu Qingru would definitely not suck up to others like this. Even if others sucked up to him like this, he would not agree. Chu Yang was also such a person. Therefore, Diwu Qingru understood Chu Yang, just like how Chu Yang understood Diwu Qingru. If so, what was the meaning of this? Hearing the shouts of the people of the Diwu clan still coming from all directions on the street, Chu Yang furrowed his brows and walked forward. A clear train of thought slowly formed in his mind. Is Diwu Qingru trying to send me a message? But what message is he trying to send? At the beginning of the 12th month, the 10th birthday celebration, Diwu Qingquang, Diwu Qingru, putting together a show. Diwu Qingru fully funding? Chu Yang pondered and made the first assumption. Let's assume that my previous guess was right. Then the Yi clan was instigated by Diwu Qingru to snatch the divine clan elder. Let's confirm this first. Then, as long as Diwu Qingru knew that I was here, he would definitely pay close attention to me. Therefore, Diwu Qingru must have known about my actions during this period of time through different channels. If so, he would be able to guess what I was doing. Therefore, Diwu Qingru would definitely cooperate fully. He would add fuel to the fire and even add 1 and 2 more to his original plan. Because Diwu Qingru knew that others might not be able to do it, but he, Chu Yang, would definitely be able to do it. Therefore, there was this scene today. This scene was telling me, I've already planned everything. I'm just waiting for you to go on stage to perform. At the beginning of December, it should be before the beginning of the 12th lunar month, when everything was ready and they were only waiting for the spark. Diwu Qingru set up the stage. On that day, the Diwu family invited a troupe to perform. In other words, he would only watch. She sang her own opera, the 10th birthday celebration. However, the word Deshen should not have been added at the end. Although it was a nice thing to say after adding it here, it seemed very disrespectful. In that case, there must be another meaning behind it. And in front of it was the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The meaning of this should be, at present, there is already a clan that has stepped into this whirlpool. As long as he ignited this fire, it would cause a war between the big families. Chu Yang's eyes flickered as he quickened his pace. In that case, if you, Diwu Qingru, want to watch a good show, then I will give you a good performance and let you see how powerful your brother is. Don't think that you, Diwu Qingru, are awesome just because you can devise strategies, thinking of the bag of medicine in the space of tribulations, thinking of Lan Changa's eagerness and unbearable expression every time he urged him. Chu Yang could not help but smile. Chaos was a good thing. This Diwu clan, it should be a subsidiary clan of the Zhuge clan, Han Shaoran said inexplicably. Yes, Chu Yang replied softly. Doing such a thing, it is too embarrassing for the Zhuge clan. Han Shaoran was in a good mood today. He smiled and said, this Diwu Qingru actually did such a thing. If I were Zhuge Shanyan, I would give him a good beating. He is really a nouveau riche. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The reason why Diwu Qingru dared to do so. He was clearly sending a message to him. I have a high position in the Zhuge clan. I have a high position. Otherwise, with Diwu Qingru's steadiness, How could he be so rash when he has no position? From this point of view, Zhuge Shanyan might not have the guts to beat Diwu Qingro. As they chatted and laughed, the two followed the crowd to a place. It was a huge square with a radius of thousands of feet. It was extremely magnificent. Opposite the square, there were tall buildings that rose from the ground. Above, there were 4 big words that shone with golden light under the sun: Medicine Festival. Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath. He had been to this place 3 days ago. At that time, it was still a mountain. Beside it, there was a lake that surrounded it. But today, there were no mountains and rivers. It had become a piece of empty land, and the ground was extremely solid and flat. The Medicine Festival is like this, Han Shaoran said lightly. Several supreme martial artists worked together to remove all the water and raise the mountain to the ground. It only took a moment. Amazing, Chu Yang said. This is nothing, Han Shaoran said. The battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing the ear was really a change of the world. Wu Jueqing was in midair. He grabbed a mountain and floated in the air. The two of them held a mountain in each hand and fought against each other. But Chu Yang was stunned. Grabbing a mountain with one hand, fighting against each other? This is too powerful. Who is Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang heard this name and couldn't help but ask curiously. Han Shaoran coughed twice. There was a trace of unnaturalness on his face. He said, he's a senior expert. You'll know in the future. Chu Yang was surprised. He heard Han Shaoran's voice in his ear. Wu Jueqing is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng. Chu Yang was shocked. His expression didn't change. Instantly, he knew that this name and identity seemed to be taboo. Chu Yang looked at the building in front of him and said, "The rooms here are very unique. The rooms here are prepared for the pharmacists." Han Shaoran revealed a look of disdain, as if he was an ignorant country bumpkin. The Night Emperor peeled off the outer skin of a mountain from outside. He picked a few pieces of the biggest and sturdiest stones and carried them back. Then he used the whole stones to dig out spaces and stairs. So, all the rooms here are a whole piece of stone. Chu Yang coughed repeatedly. But it seems that I can't even lift a stone like this. This Night Emperor actually peeled off the outer skin of a mountain and then picked a few pieces of the biggest and sturdiest stones and carried them back? From outside the city? Carried them back? Chu Yang stared. Yes, from outside the city. He carried them and flew back, Han Shaoran added, as if he didn't hit him hard enough. Carried them and flew back. Chu Yang was speechless. Are you stupid? How can you enter the city with such a big stone? What if you don't fly back? Han Shaoran said, as a matter of fact. Cough, cough. So it's forced out. So helpless. Chu Yang raised his hands and surrendered. Yes, it's forced out. Han Shaoran sighed pretentiously. You and I can be where we are today. Isn't it also forced out? Brother Han, I know you're happy today, but you're really not suitable for pretending. Chu Yang reminded him seriously. Han Shaoran laughed loudly. Bringing Chu Yang in, the Southeast law enforcement master still had a lot of face. A disciple from the Zhuge clan, who was in charge of the outer area of the medicine banquet, had already come over. He brought Han Shaoran in. Then he left. Chu Yang then knew that the Medicine Valley's people were in charge of the internal affairs of the medicine banquet, although it was in the territory of the Zhuge clan. But the people of the Zhuge clan could only be in charge of the periphery. There were dozens of tables in front of him. Behind each table, there were 2 people in white sitting. Behind them, there was a passageway and a room. These dozens of people seemed to have the same expression. Their faces were even more impartial than Han Shaoran's. Seeing the Southeast law enforcement master coming in and coming to a table, that person actually asked without raising his head or opening his eyes, "Who are you?" The Southeast law enforcement master, Han Shaoran. I've brought the pharmacist of the Southeast law enforcement master to participate in the medicine banquet. Han Sharan smiled and said, "Oh, Law Enforcement Master Han, please step back and let the pharmacist come over to register," that person said lightly. Chu Yang was really convinced. It was said that the people of the Medicine Valley were very big. Chu Yang didn't understand what very big meant, but now he finally knew. Very big. It was simply awesome and explosive. Facing the Southeast Law Enforcement Master, he actually said, "Step back!" What the hell? Chu Yang went forward. "Name?" that person asked casually. "Chu Yang replied. "Gender?" that person asked. Chu Yang felt dizzy. "Gender? I'm fucking right in front of you. Do you still think that I'm a girl?" At this moment, he heard such a rigid conversation from the table next to him. "Name? Gender?" Chu Yang turned his head and saw that the pharmacists who were being interrogated all had very interesting expressions on their faces. One of them even involuntarily looked at his own crotch, as if he suddenly had doubts about himself after hearing this sentence. He wanted to take a look to confirm. "Cough, cough, male," Chu Yang confirmed. As he said, he touched his nose. Actually, he wanted to touch his crotch to confirm, but he was too embarrassed to do so. "Cough, cough, male," that person frowned and scolded. "I'm asking your gender. If you're male, then you're male. If you're female, then you're female. What do you mean by cough, cough, male?" Chu Yang was instantly furious. Han Shaoran, who was at the side, hurriedly winked at him. "Male." "Minister," Chu swallowed his anger and said, How old?" 10. "What medicine did you bring? Show me." That person rolled his eyes and despised him in his heart. What can a 10-year-old pharmacist do? What good medicine can he bring? Looks like he's just here to make up the numbers. This. Chu Yang took out a purple crystal box and handed it over. "What's this? Can't you speak?" The man glared at him, then picked up the box and opened it. Suddenly, his whole body shivered and his face turned red, then white as snow. He cried out involuntarily, "It's me! What did I see?" The pharmacists at the side all turned their heads to look, but this person still stared with his eyes wide open. He said in a moaning tone, "Black-blooded red fruit. Top quality. Oh my God." This person was so arrogant before, but now he suddenly became like this. He was so shocked that young Master Chu almost went crazy from shock. And second update. There are guests at home today, so update 2. The house in my hometown is going to be demolished. My uncles all came here to discuss this matter with my dad. Sigh, it makes me want to cry. 2.5 years ago, they said that it was going to be demolished. After waiting for a long time, they said that there was no hope. So I got into debt and bought a house. Now that I bought the house, they said that it's going to be demolished. I'm going crazy. If I had known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Damn it, the huge debt is almost crushing me to death. Gee. Chapter 10:15. Black-blooded vermilion fruit. With this shout, everyone's gazes immediately turned to him. A few people in white even abandoned the pharmacists who were being interrogated in front of their tables and ran over. Before those pharmacists who were racking their brains to think about the question, "Gender?" could finish their thought, the person in charge of the assessment had already disappeared. They were at a loss for a moment. "I haven't answered. Why did you leave?" Then, "Am I a man or a woman?" After the person in white in front of Chu Yang shouted. He raised his head and sized Chu Yang up with a burning gaze. Up and down, left and right, he was extremely meticulous. Chu Yang got goosebumps from being sized up by such a gaze. Damn, one Yishiyu was already scary enough. Yishiyu was at most a transvestite, not that. What if this guy was a real B***starred and actually took a fancy to him? In that instant, young Master Chu was already thinking very far ahead at this moment. A few people in white had already pounced over like wolves. They grabbed the purple crystal box and put their heads over. Black-blooded red fruit. It's a real black-blooded red fruit. And it's a top-grade one. I'm going to faint. There's actually such a top-grade red fruit in this world. It looks like it'll take more than 10,000 years to mature. Bullshit. The red fruit in the black blood forest takes 100 times longer to mature than those outside. It won't mature for less than 15,000 years. You actually said that it'll take more than 10,000 years? Even if you don't have knowledge, you should at least be knowledgeable. Let me see. What the heck? There's really such a thing. Good stuff. Sounds of admiration could be heard. The eyes of the doctors from the Medicine Valley lit up, and they looked excited, as if they had discovered a new continent. Their previous coldness and inflexibility had long been thrown out of the window. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Were these still the people who asked about the gender of the man just now? The people from the Medicine Valley are like this. Other than medicine, they're also interested in medical skills. They don't care about other things at all. These are still the stronger ones. The few elders from the Medicine Valley are the truly awesome ones. Even if a supreme martial artist stands in front of them, he'll still have a cold face, Han Sharan explained telepathically. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. You don't need to tell me that. I can already tell. Actually, the people from the Medicine Valley are still the group that I find the most pleasing to the eye. That's because, although they're rigid and unapproachable, they're still the best. But his attitude towards patients is always the same. It's the same no matter who he's facing. Han Sharan sighed. Chu Yang nodded. Get out of the way. The crowd parted, and a white-haired old man with a sparse white beard rushed over, surrounded by 4 warriors who were clearing the way for him. The old man was still impatient and kept urging, Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hurry up, hurry up. The old man's clothes were neat and tidy. Although he was a little short, his hair was neat and tidy. His face was ruddy. If he wasn't in such a hurry, he would probably be a very dignified person. However, the urgency at this moment destroyed his temperament, but he clearly didn't care about his image anymore. Finally, they came close. The old man coughed in a dignified manner. Ahem. MMM. Cough, cough. What a bunch of bastards. Don't they have any discernment? Get out of the way. Let me take a look. The old man was a little unhappy that no one bothered with his coughing. He scolded. Only then did the crowd open up a gap. The old man squeezed in with his shoulder against someone's chest. He couldn't wait any longer. I heard it's the black-blooded red fruit. Then, the old man exclaimed and said incoherently, It's really the black-blooded red fruit. Fuck its mother. Following his excited scolding, his saliva splattered everywhere like rain. Everyone was speechless. The old man obviously didn't realize his slip of the tongue. His entire body immediately pounced forward. His 2 eyes were glued to the outside of the purple crystal box. He greedily took 2 deep breaths. His voice was trembling, and his pair of hands actually started to tremble like crazy. It's really. That's not right. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with this? This is obviously the fruit. One of the pharmacists mustered up his courage and said, 5th Elder, this is the black-blooded red fruit. What do you know? With your little knowledge, how can you know what good stuff this is? The 5th Elder scolded without even raising his head. How is this a black-blooded red fruit? This is obviously the best purple ice snow in the red fruit forest. Purple ice snow! The old man exclaimed excitedly. He closed the purple crystal box and raised his head. Who brought it here? Who brought it here? Stand out now. It was as if he wanted to fight. Chu Yang had been dumbfounded for a long time. He had always known that the herbs in the black blood forest were very precious, but that was all. He didn't expect that a mere black-blooded red fruit would cause such a huge commotion. Chu Yang had still underestimated the value of the herbs in the black blood forest. This kind of shock seemed to be much higher than what he had expected. I brought it here. Looking at the white-bearded old man's originally small eyes, which were now like searchlights, Chu Yang had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward to say something. Where did you get it? The fifth elder looked at the young man in front of him. What did you bring it for? To sell it? No, I brought it. Chu Yang hurriedly explained. Not to sell it? The fifth elder was very disappointed. He interrupted Chu Yang's explanation and hugged the box even tighter. I'll buy it. No. What do you want? Elixirs? Or purple crystals? Or… Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fifth elder, this is a pharmacist. He's here to register. A pharmacist from the Medicine Valley at the side said carefully, This red fruit is for the preliminary selection. Ah, the fifth elder was stunned. Then he suddenly quivered. Preliminary selection? He suddenly stomped his foot. Such a heavenly treasure is only for the preliminary selection? What a prodigal! What a prodigal! He stared at him. Such a medicine. How can it only be used for the preliminary selection? This is simply blasphemy to a heavenly treasure. This is an uncountable sin. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. I brought it for the preliminary selection, which is equivalent to giving it to you. But you actually accepted the elixirs and scolded me for being a prodigal. This is a sin. What the fuck? Whose side are you on? Then the fifth elder suddenly came back to his senses. In other words, this is a contribution to the medicine banquet? It's ours? The pharmacists from the Medicine Valley nodded speechlessly. You've finally come to your senses. I've accepted it. Ha ha ha. The fifth elder blew his white beard and laughed proudly. Then did I pass the qualification? Chu Yang asked carefully. Did I pass? Do you still need to ask? The fifth elder flew into a rage. This is blasphemy to a heavenly treasure. Bastard. If I can't pass with such a medicine, it's simply intolerable. Chu Yang wisely kept his mouth shut. This old man was already half crazy from just one red fruit. If he knew that I still had 34 red fruits, wouldn't he eat me alive? Bring me the qualification token. The fifth elder turned and shouted. His voice was somewhat ferocious. Hurry! Then a jade token was brought over. The person who brought it over reminded him in a low voice, Fifth elder, this is not in accordance with the rules. We should go to the room and interrogate him. Then fill in the information and give out the token. Not in accordance, my ass. The fifth elder roared angrily. Hurry up and finish this. I'll take the red fruit away for safekeeping. This idiot actually used a purple crystal box to store it. Bastard, what a waste. The medicine is already starting to lose its potency. What a prodigal. You better hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I'll attach a tail to your butt. Do you believe me? That person was shocked and hurriedly handed over the jade token. The fifth elder grabbed it and asked Chu Yang, What's your name? Chu Yang. Chu Yang hurriedly replied. The fifth elder used his fingers like a knife. With a stroke, the two words Chu Yang were carved on the opposite side of the jade token. It was too sloppy and didn't look like Chu Yang at all. Instead, it looked more like the three words Lin Ri. Chu Yang took it and looked left and right. It didn't look like his name. He couldn't help but frown. Elder, the words on this token don't look like my name. The fifth elder said angrily, It's enough that you have this token. Why do you care if it looks like your name or not? Look at the number on it. Do you know? Go when the number is called. It's definitely right. The name is just a code, scrammed to one side. Who stores the scarlet fruit like you? Bastard. If you didn't meet me, the potency of the scarlet fruit would have been lost. He looked at Chu Yang snappily and said, Bring your cards and follow me. Chu Yang didn't even have the time to put the cards in his bosom before his hand was grabbed by the old man. Like an iron clamp, Chu Yang was pulled into the passageway and into the small house, almost as if he was being dragged alive. He left behind a sea of envious gazes. This guy's luck is really good. He actually took a fancy to a scarlet fruit. As soon as the fifth elder entered the house, he hurriedly took out a box made of purple crystal jade core. With a schwa sound, he poured out the medicine inside and carefully took out the scarlet fruit from Chu Yang's purple crystal box. He put it into the purple crystal jade core box and quickly closed it. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He put the rest of the medicine into the purple crystal box and slowly tidied it up. After tidying up, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. "What's your name?" "Chu Yang." Chu Yang replied speechlessly. Oh, I remember now." The fifth elder said, "Where are you from?" "Southeast law enforcement pharmacist." Chu Yang's face darkened. Oh. The fifth elder seemed to be thinking about something and said absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He wanted to say something, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. What's your name?" Chu Yang almost cried. "My name is Chu Yang. Yes. Chu Yang, I called you here to ask you something." The fifth elder slapped his forehead again, but his eyes became more passionate. It was like a young girl in love who saw her lover after a long separation. It was deep and affectionate. When Chu Yang saw this kind of expression, he couldn't help but shrink back. He instinctively hugged his chest and said vigilantly, like a young girl guarding against a pervert, "What are you doing?" The second time might be a little later. My train of thought is a little slow. To be continued. Chapter 10:16. Nothing much. The fifth elder rubbed his hands and revealed a standard lecherous smile in Chu Yang's eyes. He chuckled and said, "I just wanted to ask you. Ha. How should I put it?" Chu Yang almost wanted to escape. He said in a trembling voice, "You're already so old." The fifth elder glared at him. "What does this have to do with age?" "I'm old, but not old at heart." Chu Yang was speechless. "What exactly do you want?" He thought to himself, "If this old man makes any unreasonable requests, I'll just slap you unconscious and leave." "How did you get this medicine?" The old man looked at Chu Yang with a greedy look. Chu Yang was surprised. "Medicine?" The old man frowned and held back his impatience. "Yes, medicine." "Oh my God!" Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought you wanted to do that." He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This time, it was the old man's turn to be puzzled. He scratched his head and asked in puzzlement, "What do I want to do?" Nothing," Chu Yang said awkwardly. Nothing?" The old man's face was full of question marks. Cough. "I have a special channel for this medicine." Chu Yang changed the topic. He rolled his eyes and spoke quickly. "Special channel?" The fifth elder's eyes lit up even more like searchlights. "Yes." Chu Yang chuckled and said carefully, "I have a friend. A friend who has a good relationship with the zone owner of the Black Blood Forest." A good relationship with the zone owner of the Black Blood Forest? The old man was even more excited. He said incoherently, "What's the name of this friend of yours?" Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. "I'm too presumptuous." How can I ask about this?" The fifth elder patted his forehead self-mockingly and said, "So he has a huge amount of medicinal herbs from the Black Blood Forest." "It doesn't seem to be a lot," Chu Yang explained, "because after the zone owner collects them, a portion of them will be distributed as welfare to the people of the Black Blood Forest. Therefore, I can only give him a small portion." "A small portion is not a small amount. Where is it?" The fifth elder had already moved his butt and sat over. "How much is it?" "This." Chu Yang hesitated. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" The fifth elder said confidently. It seemed as if he would be able to satisfy any condition that Chu Yang put forward. "The herbs from the Black Blood Forest." what the Chom Tian continent lacked the most. Cough, cough. This friend of mine needs some medicinal herbs that the black blood forest doesn't have. Also, he needs purple crystals. A huge amount of purple crystals. An ocean of purple crystals. Chu Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he said lightly, "Fifth elder, everyone has brought a lot of medicinal herbs for this medicine banquet. Because of the special properties of the medicine, if it's not used, it will be damaged after a long time. So it's usually dealt with on the spot? There is indeed such a thing." The fifth elder nodded. He said, "Spiritual herbs of heaven and earth have their own characteristics. The more precious something was, the harder it was to preserve it. Take the 7-star exquisite grass, for example. If it's left for a night, it will soften a little. Once it softens, more than half of its medicinal properties will have been lost, and it won't be worth much anymore. But a complete 7-star exquisite grass can be sold at a sky-high price. In addition, in this medicine banquet, only spiritual herbs of heaven and earth with their own vitality can be selected. So, even if they are protected by a secret technique, they can't be preserved for long after the journey here. The best way is to deal with them on the spot." Yes, as expected. I heard that after the preliminary competition, there will be an auction of 10,000 herbs, hosted by the Zhuge clan. Chu Yang said softly, "You want to auction it? The highest bidder will get it?" The fifth elder frowned slightly. If that was the case, the Medicine Valley wouldn't be able to get many of them. "I have no choice." Chu Yang spread out his hands and said helplessly, "That friend of mine wants to maximize the benefits. Sai, a profiteer, a pure profiteer. Maximize the benefits. That's understandable." The fifth elder comforted him. Then he asked excitedly, "Then, how much can he offer this time?" "So far, he's only given me 30 to 40 stalks." Chu Yang hesitated. "So many?" The fifth elder was dumbfounded. To be able to get 30 to 40 stalks of herbs from the black blood forest? This was really an extraordinary method. If he can sell all of them, he seems to have 700 to 800 stalks. Chu Yang continued, "Mother," the fifth elder exclaimed, "Oh, my mother, 700 to 800 stalks of herbs from the black blood forest." He gasped as if he had a toothache. He looked at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. His body leaned back with all his might, and he really almost fell off the chair. "I heard from him that he has this many." Chu Yang took out a folded piece of paper from his sleeve. "But the amount of herbs he needs from the outside world is really quite a lot." The fifth elder took the paper and looked at it. He couldn't help but let out a hiss. His hand that was twirling his beard shook, and he actually pulled out a strand of it. "It's indeed quite a lot. This is really, really fucking comprehensive. Looks like this pharmacist of yours is also a top-notch pharmacist. The fucking variety of herbs he's chosen. They're only unexpected ones, but not unexpected ones. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, tonic, poison, it's all there." It was no wonder that the fifth elder was shocked. This list of Chu Yang's was practically a complete collection of rare herbs, including what kind of herbs he wanted, what name, how old they were, what shape they were, and what color they were. All of these were clearly explained. If this list fell into the eyes of someone who didn't know the trade, it would only be a detailed list of herbs. But in the eyes of the fifth elder of the Medicine Valley, it was amazing. Which type of medicine could produce the greatest effect when paired with which type of medicine? Which type of tonic combined with another type of tonic would become a deadly poison? Which type of precious medicine, when put together, would instead become a bowl of plain water? The combinations on this list. It was practically flawless. There were even some recipes that the fifth elder didn't know about. Now that he saw them, he immediately understood. The fifth elder looked at it for a long time. Only then did he raise his head solemnly. "These herbs are not especially rare heavenly treasures. I believe that most of them can be collected. However, just this order alone is worth a lot. At the very least, we can afford to spend 500,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang nodded slowly. That's right. So, you're only giving me this list. No, I still have to look at the list of herbs in the Black Blood Forest before I can make a comparison and give you a clear answer, said the fifth elder. Fifth elder is indeed a straightforward person. Chu Yang knew that his plan was already halfway to success. He laughed. The other list has already been prepared long ago. It's here. As he said, Chu Yang took out another piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over. This time, the fifth elder read it very quickly. He only looked at the first few lines, the next one and the last one before he immediately closed the list. He closed his eyes and took a few quick breaths. Only then did he open his eyes and say, "If it's really okay." Chu Yang nodded. He said, "This friend of mine has a strange personality and doesn't like to show his face in public. Besides, his identity is sensitive. So, fifth elder, please understand this point." The fifth elder said, "As long as there are herbs, everything is negotiable." Chu Yang nodded deeply and said, "This friend of mine once said that once the transaction is successful and these herbs are auctioned off, the person in charge of this matter can take 10% of the profits." 10%? The fifth elder's eyes lit up. 10% didn't seem like much, but the fifth elder who had just looked at the list deeply knew the terrifying value of this list. 10% was enough to make a person as rich as a country. "Can I exchange 10% for elixirs?" asked the fifth elder anxiously. At his level, he was no longer very interested in things like money and purple crystals. The only thing he was interested in were elixirs. Of course, Chu Yang laughed. And the Medicine Valley can definitely participate in the auction. As long as the Medicine Valley has the ability, it doesn't matter even if they buy all of them. Buy all of them. The Medicine Valley definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. The fifth elder smiled bitterly. "We can only try our best." The two of them discussed for a long time and finalized all the details. Then, Chu Yang walked out of the small house slowly and disappeared into the crowd. The moment he came out, the fifth elder immediately sent out a divine sense transmission. Then, a few divine senses wrapped around Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang walked out as if he didn't feel anything. This matter was considered very sudden to him. Originally, he wanted to use Han Sharon's name to allow the herbs from the Black Blood Forest to enter the auction. However, that would put Han Sharon in a huge crisis. Now that the Medicine Valley had stepped in, it was naturally safer. The people from the Medicine Valley would definitely not allow these herbs to be lost, so the news would not be leaked. Before tracking Chu Yang and coming into contact with that mysterious friend, the Medicine Valley would definitely not do anything. As for what if they kidnapped Chu Yang in advance and interrogated him? Chu Yang now had Zi Xieching by his side. Who would he be afraid of? To be honest, he was still worried that the Medicine Valley wouldn't make a move. Once they made a move and Chu Yang had something on them. With Zi Xieching's current strength as the world's #1 expert, the Medicine Valley would really be led by the nose by Chu Yang if they couldn't win in a fight. If the Medicine Valley didn't make a move, Chu Yang could smoothly sell the herbs and silently make a fortune. But if the Medicine Valley made a move, then this matter would immediately become a huge trap for the Medicine Valley. Once the Medicine Valley was involved, with Chu Yang's methods and Zi Xieching's strength, it was enough to consign the Medicine Valley to eternal damnation. Therefore, Chu Yang was certain. He was even less worried about the Medicine Valley's tracking. There was no such person at all. Even if the Medicine Valley had heavenly tracking methods, what use would it be? Chu Yang left leisurely. In the highest room of the medicine banquet, Mo Qinggu, dressed in red, was curiously leaning against the window and looking at the sea of people below. She was chewing on a piece of candy and beaming with delight. All of a sudden, the little girl seemed to see a familiar figure in the bustling crowd below. This back view disappeared in a flash. But to the little girl, It was full of affection and longing. Day and night, her mind was haunted by this figure. It had long been engraved in her heart. Even if it was just a back view, how could she not recognize it? The little girl trembled all over and almost cried out in surprise. As if she had been petrified, she suddenly froze and stood stiffly at the window. Then, tears suddenly filled her bright and beautiful eyes. Heart. These two words suddenly surged up and turned into a tide of longing, instantly disrupting her state of mind. Chapter 10:17. Emo Chingu never thought that she would really see Chuyang here. Along the way, her master had been evading her in every possible way. She had already realized that her master probably didn't want her to meet Brother Chuyang. After all, her cultivation was achieved quickly, and her foundation was not solid at all. This period of travel was actually to stabilize her state of mind and increase her cultivation. How could Emo Chingu not know this? Under such circumstances, meeting Chuyang would only affect her Dao heart. So Buluching had been dragging it out. He was not in a hurry and did not take any action. Although Emo Chingu was dissatisfied, she had nothing to say. Even when Buluching said that her brother Chuyang would definitely come to the medicine banquet, she doubted it from the bottom of her heart. But at this moment, in the thousands of people below, she saw the back of that figure. The back of that figure. The back of that figure in black. Tall and straight like a sword, but with a kind of invisible laziness and carefreeness. His shoulders were not very broad, but such shoulders made Emo Chingu feel that they could withstand all the wind and rain in the world. This back was unforgettable. Chuyang's back disappeared in the crowd in a flash. Emo Chingu stood on the rooftop in a daze. On her beautiful little face, 2 lines of tears slowly slid down. At this moment, she did not know what kind of feelings she had in her heart. Sadness, surprise, bitterness, some nervousness, some shyness, some confusion. She only felt that her heart was beating faster and faster, almost jumping out of her throat. She was overjoyed, but she could not even make a sound. She clearly wanted to jump down and find him immediately, to tell him how much she missed him. But the extreme surprise made her stand there like a puppet, unable to move even half an inch. She just stood there in a daze, letting her tears flow down, but did not even wipe them away. Her vision was already blurred. She could not even see the nearby window clearly, but she still stubbornly stared at the direction where Chuyang disappeared with tears in her eyes. Her heart was crazily screaming, "Brother Chuyang, I see you again. Brother Chuyang, I see you again." So good, but she could not even make a sound. Finally, she covered her face with both hands, squatted down, and started sobbing softly. Tears poured out crazily from his fingers. She cried harder and harder, and slowly her whole body began to tremble. "Do you know how much I miss you? Do you know how lonely I am? Do you know how lonely I am without you by my side? Do you know that I dream of you every day?" Her skinny shoulders trembled. After the pleasant surprise, a huge sour feeling attacked her heart. For a moment, she couldn't control it at all. "Xiaowu, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Buluching asked anxiously from behind. I. Emo Chingu raised her small face pitifully. "Master, I saw him." Buluching's heart skipped a beat. Who? Who did you see?" "I saw my elder brother Chuyang." Emo Chingu wiped her tears. She felt more and more sad, but also more and more happy. "I saw him, master." Buluching stared at her, dumbfounded. He repeated himself like a puppet. "You saw him?" "Yes." Emo Chingu nodded with all her might. 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes and dripped onto the ground. Buluching widened his eyes and said in a dejected manner, "Why is this bastard here?" "Humph." Emo Chingu suddenly snorted heavily. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Master, you are a bad person." With tears, she suddenly thought of something. I'll go find him. With a leap, she floated down from the tall building. Buluching didn't stop her, and Mo Ching Wu had already jumped down. He couldn't help but sigh. Silly girl, a girl should be reserved. Then he sighed. This bastard, why did he really appear here? What a miscalculation. Mo Ching Wu jumped down. In midair, a red shadow floated down like a rainbow. It was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Mo Ching Wu's light figure landed at the place where Chu Yang's last figure disappeared. She ran back and forth rapidly. Her eyes were searching anxiously. Behind her, the crowd was bustling with activity. Everyone was looking at her strangely. They did not know what this beautiful young lady was looking for. Her face was filled with confusion and excitement. What was she looking for? But Mo Ching Wu didn't see anyone. Her heart only had that one figure. She searched bitterly. Brother Chuyang, I'm coming. Where are you? Where are you? I clearly saw you. Where did you go? After a long time, Mo Ching Wu finally stopped searching. She knew that Chuyang had gone far away. She stood there blankly, standing in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by people. She felt a bone-deep loneliness. She couldn't help but cry. She squatted down and covered her face with her hands. She sobbed softly. Her thin shoulders couldn't help but tremble. So you are here. You are here. After a long time, someone patted her shoulder. Mo Ching Wu looked back with tears in her eyes. She saw Buluching standing in front of her, looking at her with pity. Be good, little Wu. Go back. Since he is here, then you will meet again one day. Mo Ching Wu nodded gently. She lowered her eyes, and a string of sparkling tears flowed down again. Buluching held her hand and gently pulled. Both of them flew up and returned to the roof. Little Wu, you are still young. Buluching thought for a long time before he sighed. Finally, he advised softly, you are only 13 years old. To be exposed to this kind of love, you are still too young. This will be very detrimental to your future. Mo Ching Wu looked outside in a daze. She said as if she was dreaming, Master, is this love? Buluching was stunned. Is this love between a man and a woman? Mo Ching Wu asked again in a daze. She seemed to be sighing and confirming. After a long time, she sighed faintly with the tone of a completely mature woman. She said, This feeling is so bitter, but I am looking forward to it. Buluching was a little dizzy. This little disciple was clearly going a little crazy. He was about to persuade her again. Mo Ching Wu said, How can I not think of him? My heart doesn't seem to belong to me. Master. She raised her little face and looked at Buluching. She said, Master, have you tasted this kind of love? Buluching was startled. His thoughts flashed back to more than 10,000 years ago. Memories that had long been covered in dust suddenly surged into his mind. Those faces were so fresh and vivid. He thought that he had forgotten them long ago. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't forgotten them at all. He sighed deeply and stopped persuading Mo Ching Wu. He sat down quietly. How many years ago? He had a wife and 2 concubines. Hundreds of years after his wife and concubine passed away, he had another wife and concubine. However, he could still remember that there was such a woman. She touched his face before she died. She looked at him longingly and said those last words. Actually, I really want to die after you. I can't bear to leave you. Without me. I pity that you still have a long time to live alone. Life is long. You will be alone, lonely, and desolate. How can I be at ease? Buluching thought and thought. The corners of his mouth curved into a nostalgic and desolate smile. Ever since this sentence, ever since she died, he had never thought of having a family. A long time. Yes, compared to ordinary people, he had an almost endless lifespan. He was like a god on earth. But who knew how many times he could go through such a heart-wrenching separation in this long time? Ordinary people, or even martial artists, how many people could really grow old together with him? Buluching sighed deeply. At the window, the little girl in red also sighed faintly. It was actually filled with heart-wrenching feelings. Buluching heard this long sigh and immediately sighed again. He really couldn't understand this world. A 13-year-old little girl. Actually, Master, you don't have to worry about me. As long as I can confirm that Brother Chuyang is here, I will only be happy. Moreover, I will definitely see him. Mo Ching-gu said, I will wait. Every day, I will dress up beautifully. Buluching sighed again and said, then I will continue to think about my matters. Sigh, now I really hope that the person sitting in front of you is Ning Tianya and not me. Mo Ching-gu didn't seem to hear him. She looked out of the window again in a daze. Buluching laughed bitterly and then fell into deep thought. Ever since he came here, Buluching had been thinking about a problem these few days. This problem made him feel uneasy and even a faint sense of crisis. Sometimes he would feel a chill down his spine. He hadn't felt this way for a long, long time. But after he saw the Dharma Supreme that day, this sense of crisis became stronger. Even after he stayed here, this chill actually happened from time to time. This made Buluching extremely surprised. With my cultivation, how could there be any danger here? Could it be that the Dharma Supreme really dared to snatch my brother from me? Buluching's eyes flashed coldly. Thinking about the Dharma Supreme, Buluching felt a little depressed, and his thoughts became especially complicated. After that day's encounter, Buluching felt that something was wrong. Finally, that night, he remembered the reason why he felt that something was wrong. Back then, when I was apprenticed to the Dharma Supreme, my master once said, our divine technique can only be passed down by those with innate spiritual meridians. He told me that if I were to accept any successor in the future, I would rather abandon this technique and let it go into the dust of history than accept anyone with innate spiritual meridians. They must have innate spiritual meridians. These were the Dharma Supreme's words. Buluching finally found out what was wrong. The Dharma Supreme was actually innate spiritual meridians. Buluching's eyes flashed coldly like a hawk's. The Dharma Supreme was about the same age as Ning Tianya and I. Old Ning and my aptitude could only be considered good and not the best. But the Dharma Supreme had innate spiritual meridians. What did this mean? Chapter 1018. Buluching thought deeply to himself. For so many years, although the Dharma Supreme might not be able to see through him, he couldn't see through the Dharma Supreme either. But from the aspect of innate spirit meridians, at least in terms of cultivation, the Dharma Supreme was a little higher than him. Buluching's eyes flashed, and he snorted in his heart. He didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. However, even if the Dharma Supreme's cultivation was higher than his, he definitely couldn't give him such a sense of oppression and danger. Then, where did this sense of danger come from? Buluching was puzzled by this point. Chuyang also frowned as he walked back. He didn't stop at all and returned to his own orchard palace. He even forgot to look for Han Sharan to leave together after he came out. After he entered, he hurriedly went to look for Zi Xieching. Zi Xieching was pushing the blood through the palace for Chu-er to carry out the last step of changing her aptitude. Chuyang said and went back to the flower rack. He waited quietly, frowning and thinking about something. After a long time, Zi Xieching's white figure flashed and appeared in front of Chuyang. What's the matter? Why is your face so serious? Yes, the sword spirit is in seclusion. There's one thing that I can only ask you. Chuyang looked at her solemnly. Zi Xieching couldn't help but become serious as well. She waved her hand, and a thought completely sealed the small courtyard. She said, "What's the matter?" "There's a name. I'm not sure if you've heard of it." Chuyang took a deep breath. Wu Jueching. Ever since Han Shaoran said this name, Chuyang always felt that this name seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember when he heard it. But in his heart, he felt that this matter wasn't simple. So, once he was done, he immediately came back to look for Zi Xieching. Wu Jueqing? Zi Xieching was startled and said, I should have heard of this name. She frowned and thought for a long time. Then she said, It's at least a name from tens of thousands of years ago. A name from tens of thousands of years ago. Chu Yang pondered and only felt that there was a layer of window paper in his heart. He only needed to use a little strength to break it. That's right. This name was very famous in the past tense. Zi Xieching said. She was only halfway through her words when Chu Yang suddenly slapped his thigh and said, I remember now. Do you remember now? Zi Xieching asked, only to see Chu Yang's expression become very strange. There was a kind of fear, a kind of puzzlement, and a kind of indescribable complexity. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Chu Yang remembered the words that the sword spirit had said when he had killed Du Shao and obtained the guide to the world's poisons. At that time, the sword spirit had said, the guide to the world of poisons doesn't only have the effect of using poison to harm people. This is the famous technique of the poison doctor, Wu Jueqing. Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing was one of the brothers of the Master of Calamity soared 40,000 years ago. The Wu clan was also one of the big clans that ruled the concave Zai Heaven 30,000 years ago. Back then, Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing had relied on his poison skills to roam the pugilistic world. He had never used his hands or weapons to kill and save people. While chatting and laughing, he caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. The heroes were beheaded, and they were helpless. His might shook the world. Other than being a master of poison, Wu Jueqing is also a divine physician. He is sometimes righteous and sometimes evil, but he does things as he pleases. He is indeed an eccentric of his generation. Chu Yang's heart was like thunder, one of the tribulations 40,000 years ago. Then he remembered what Han Shaoran had said today. Back then, the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing changed the world. Wu Jueqing was in midair, and he casually grabbed a mountain and floated it in the air. Wu Jueqing is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng. He still remembered that Han Shaoran's expression was very strange at that time. He seemed to have said something wrong, but also seemed to be afraid to say it. Poison Dr. Wu Jueqing. Chu Yang murmured, his gaze fixed on a point in the void. Supreme martial artist Qin Feng. Ghost Wu Qin, the only successor of Supreme martial artist Qin Feng. Supreme martial artist Qin Feng and Supreme martial artist Lu Yin were husband and wife. In other words, Wu Jueqing is the successor of Supreme martial artist Qin Feng and Supreme martial artist Lu Yin, one of the tribulations 40,000 years ago. Chu Yang murmured. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. One of the tribulations. Why is he still alive? How old can the Dharma Supreme be? How did he fight with Wu Jueqing before? Chu Yang murmured to himself. Wu Qianqian said that day that the Dharma Supreme reached his current position more than 10,000 years ago. He remained unmoved all this. Well, in that case, the Dharma Supreme's cultivation at that time should definitely not be stronger than now. How old was Han Shaoran now? From his tone, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. In other words, Han Shaoran had witnessed the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing with his own eyes. Chu Yang murmured to himself as he pondered. Zi Xieching was right opposite him, and she heard everything he said. She also knew what he was puzzled about and was also pondering at the side. This matter is very puzzling, Chu Yang said. This matter is actually not completely unsolvable. Zi Xieching smiled softly. As long as we can confirm one thing, that Wu Jueqing is the only successor of Supreme Martial Artist Qin Feng, that's enough. Since he is the only successor of Supreme Martial Artist Qin Feng, then, even if he is one of the tribulations, how could Qin Feng and Lu Yin watch their only bloodline die and become a foundation stone to mend the heavens? And with Qin Feng and Lu Yin's strength, even if they can't change the overall situation, It's definitely not difficult for them to change some of the minor details, or to substitute one person for another, and let Wu Jueqing escape from the disaster. Zi Xueqing said slowly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. That's right. As for other things, it's hard to say. As for the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing, the Dharma Supreme should definitely not be a match for Wu Jueqing. Zi Xueqing continued to analyze. That's right. Chu Yang nodded, but the two of them still fought. Zi Xueqing said, You can think of us. Chu Yang was shocked. You mean? Zi Xueqing nodded. There's this possibility. Chu Yang took a breath and didn't say anything. You say if Wu Jueqing is still alive now, what would he think of the Tribulation Sword Master? Zi Xueqing tilted her head and asked. There's no need to say anything, of course. He would hate him to the core. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. Who was Wu Jueqing? The successor of martial artist Qin Feng. What kind of respectable status was this? But that Tribulation Sword Master actually almost turned him into a cornerstone for mending the heavens. Was Wu Jueqing so worthless? When he understood everything, how could he not hate the Tribulation Sword Master? Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt a little creeped out. He murmured, That means in this heavens there's an almost unrivaled opponent, Zi Xueqing continued indifferently, and the Dharma Supreme is obviously an enemy of the Tribulation Sword Master. Wu Jueqing is also an enemy. The enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. So the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing can't be enemies. Similarly, the friend of one's enemy is one's enemy. Zi Xueqing said, Chu Yang, as the fourth Tribulation Sword Master, the pressure on you is probably even greater than the previous Tribulation Sword Masters combined. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. At least I've never heard of the big aristocratic families having so many supreme martial artists in the previous generations. This was the truth. From the memories of the first Tribulation Sword Master, one could know that the big aristocratic families back then only had 3 to 5 supreme martial artists. But how many had appeared now? That was something that couldn't even be compared to. Do you know why? Zi Xueqing blinked and smiled. Why? This continent is called the Heavens Continent. Tribulation Sword Master, the technique you're practicing is the Heavens' divine technique. Zi Xueqing's voice was serious. It's extremely limited. Tribulation Sword's path has come to an end. If I'm not wrong, this 10,000 years of grievances will end in your hands. Zi Xueqing said indifferently. Chu Yang's body shook visibly. Moreover, the Tribulation Sword Master's brother mending the heavens was an irreversible situation. Even if Qin Feng and Lu Yun went against the heavens to save Wu Jueqing, they would probably have to pay a price. Chu Yang was deep in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he muttered, An irreversible situation, he emphasized the words before this. And before this. Big Sister Z, can you use your divine senses to search this Tianji city to see if Wu Jueqing is here? Chu Yang asked. Zi Xueqing smiled bitterly and shook her head. If someone of this level deliberately hides his aura, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him. Not to mention them, even if an ordinary first-grade supreme martial artist deliberately hides his aura, I won't be able to find him with my divine senses. Then she raised her eyebrows. You're worried about Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Someone from 40,000 years ago. What level has his cultivation reached now? Zi Xueqing said disdainfully, As long as he hasn't collapsed the heavens and shattered the void, then no matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. For someone who has reached that level, will he not collapse the heavens and shatter the void? But stay? Chu Yang asked. Not necessarily. Zi Xueqing said, You don't know how tempting that level is to a martial artist. Even I couldn't withstand it back then. What about Qin Feng and Lu Yin? Didn't they leave just the same? Moreover, if one defies the heavens and stays, he will be punished by the heavens once every 1,000 years. Every continent has a balance point. If a person's existence is enough to break the balance, then the heavens will punish him. Of course, if one can withstand such temptation and the heavens' punishment once every 1,000 years, then, at least in terms of mentality, this person is simply incredible. Zi Xieching said slowly. Chu Yang nodded, but he still couldn't let go of his worries. What if Wu Jueqing deliberately took revenge on the Tribulation Sword Master? What would happen? One must know that the reason why the Tribulation Sword Master could make him one of the Tribulations was that he had obtained all of his loyalty, emotions, friendship, and so on, all the good things. But at the last moment, all these good things would turn into monstrous hatred. This hatred was even worse than being irreconcilable. Continue writing. There should be more updates later. Now that I've said it here, with everyone watching me, I'm not afraid of being lazy anymore. To be honest, catching up on updates is different from exploding. At least my mentality is different. I always want to be lazy. This habit has to be changed. Chapter 1019. I've met Qin Feng and Lu Yin once. Zi Xieching pondered and said, So, I can't kill this Wu Jueqing. But before I leave, if he dares to show his face, I'll cripple half of him. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since Qin Feng and Lu Yin have met you, then Wu Jueqing should know of your existence. His eyes flashed and he said, There's always a taller mountain. If you flatten all the mountains, I'm afraid I won't have any more mountains to climb, he chuckled. How can I reach the top if there's no mountain to climb? Zi Xieching smiled warmly and said, Chu Yang, you're really the one with the most fighting spirit among all the people I've met. Chu Yang laughed. For the next 3 days, the people from the Medicine Valley kept a close watch on the Orchard Palace. But Chu Yang didn't do anything. He just pretended not to know. Chu Lu finally recovered and felt her body relaxed. She pulled Chu Yang and Zi Xieching excitedly and chattered nonstop. That night, when the three of them were talking, Chu Lu suddenly sighed in melancholy. Zi Xieching was puzzled and asked, What's a little girl like you sighing for? Chu Lu said worriedly, Sister Zi, if you don't leave and stay here forever, how great would that be? Don't leave? Stay here forever? Zi Xieching tilted her head. What do you mean? Chu Lu hugged her arm and said coquettishly, Sister Zi, you can stay and marry my big brother. You can be my sister-in-law. How great would that be? As she said, she turned and asked Chu Yang, Big brother, don't you think so? Zi Xieching's face turned red and she reprimanded, Nonsense. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, This Sister Zi of yours is indeed pretty, but it's a pity that her methods are too cruel. I'm no match for her now, so if I were to really marry her, my life would be in an abyss of misery and suffering. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this, even if he was beaten to death. Chu Yang could only say jokingly, I'm quite willing. If such a beauty can be my wife, I'll be so happy. Zi Xieching's face turned cold, and she said, Stop this topic. I'm going to sleep. He stood up, ignored the two of them, and walked out. Behind her, Chu Lu watched her leave. She winked at Chu Yang and said, Big brother, did you see that? Sister Zi likes you a little. Nonsense. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she blushed just now. Chu Lu argued. Chu Yang said carefully, You're wrong. Lu, any woman will blush when you say such things. However, there's one thing you're wrong about. Ever since Big Sister Zi came to the Chong Tian continent, after traveling for a period of time, I entered the Black Blood Forest. Then, for so many years, she stayed in there by herself. We may have helped her relieve her loneliness, but she definitely didn't like me. Also, after interacting with me for a while, Big Sister Zi has come to appreciate my tenacity. It's a form of appreciation, but it's not affection. You have to be clear about this. Another thing is, Lu are a woman. Women were born to like strong men. Only men who were stronger than themselves would gain the favor of women. Normally, families had to be of equal social status before they could become in-laws. It's the same for martial artists. Big sister Z's cultivation is far from mine. Between us. So, Chu Yang said with a sullen face, don't say such things again in the future. If big sister Z gets angry with you, I won't help you. Chu Lu nodded her head, feeling wronged. Although Chu Yang spoke in a low voice, how could he hide from Zi Xiqing's sensitive hearing? How could Zi Xiqing not hear what he said to Chu? In the room on the other side, Zi Xiqing listened to the words that entered her ears and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Relieving my loneliness. But it's not affection. Appreciation, but it's not affection. Of equal social status, perhaps it's really like this? The three of them stayed in the Orchard Palace for 3 days. From the 4th day onwards, Chu Yang suddenly became busy. He left early and returned late every day. The day's time was almost equally divided between Nangong Shifeng, Lan Chang'e, and the rest. He was constantly collecting new information and plotting something. Every night he was racking his brains. Whenever he had time, he would squat on the ground and draw something with a tree branch. During this period of time, the amount of information that he was thinking about was huge, and the relationships were tangled and complicated. Even Zi Xiqing was shocked when she saw it. She really realized that a wise man and a martial artist were worlds apart. After 2 days of busy work, he stopped again. Then, Chu Yang started to get busy again. But this time he was busy passively. Yi Shifeng from the Yi clan was the first to find him. Brother Chu, you seem to be very free today? Chu Yang laughed. It's all right. I have nothing to do these few days. I'm just idle. But in his heart he scolded. Nonsense. I'm free today. What I'm busy with every day has been clearly investigated by you. How can you not know? If I'm not free today, would you come at such a coincidence? That's great. Yi Shifeng laughed heartily and said, Let's go. I've long wanted to drink with Brother Chu. Today is a heaven-sent opportunity. This. Chu Yang hesitated and his eyes flickered. Why, Brother Chu, are you not going to give me face? Yi Shifeng pretended to be unhappy. It's just the two of us. What's the big deal? Let's go, let's go. We feel like old friends at first sight. We should be good friends. Brother Chu, until now, I finally understand that in the martial world, friends are the most precious. He sighed. I know people all over the world, but how many soulmates do I have? Brother Chu. Chu Yang laughed and finally made up his mind. He said, Brother Yi, to be honest, it's inconvenient for me to go out now. Why not? Let's have a drink at the Orchard Palace. I still have some good wine here. That's great, but I'm afraid I'll disturb Brother Chu's peace. Yi Shifeng said. What's the big deal? Chu Yang pulled him into the house. Chu Yang personally cooked a few dishes and took out some wine. Both of them were not afraid of the cold and sat under the flower rack in the courtyard to drink. I didn't expect Brother Chu's culinary skills to be so good. Yi Shifeng picked up a piece of meat that was too salty to eat and swallowed it. I really can't stop praising the food. But in his heart he thought, this is really bad. I shouldn't have accepted his invitation. Damn it, is this cooking? Even decocting medicine doesn't taste so bad. Chu Yang laughed and eagerly served Yi Shifeng food. He said with a smile of exultation, To be honest, Brother Yi, I've learned from a famous chef in the southeast region for a few days. It's barely passable. Yi Shifeng's stomach churned. He said sincerely, Brother Chu's culinary skills are unforgettable. That's true. Chu Yang accompanied him to eat, but the way he ate was terrible. Every time he picked up a dish, he would cover his face with his hand and eat it. When he covered his face, he directly threw the dish into the tribulation dimension. Then he picked up a piece of delicious food from the table in the tribulation dimension and threw it into his mouth, chewing with relish. Yi Shifeng only felt that every dish was extremely salty. It was either extremely bitter or completely tasteless. But Chu Yang was eating with a smile of exultation. He was also eating. Yi Shifeng was embarrassed to not eat. Chu Yang ate in big mouthfuls and eagerly gave in to him. On the surface, Yi Shifeng was also beaming with joy. He praised Chu Yang and ate in big mouthfuls. He only felt that his internal organs were churning together in protest. His stomach was about to be on fire. Yi Shifeng could only drink with all his might. "Brother Chu, you've been getting along well with Lan Changa recently." Yi Shifeng was rambling and suddenly brought the topic to this. Chu Yang was immediately taken aback. With a thud, his chopsticks fell to the ground. His face seemed to have turned pale. "Huh, Brother Chu." Yi Shifeng looked at him drunkenly. "Are you drunk?" I'm drunk. Chu Yang smiled unnaturally. "Brother Chu." Yi Shifeng leaned closer and said in a serious voice, "Brother Chu, what do you think of the Yi clan and the Lan clan?" Chu Yang said without hesitation, "The Yi clan has dominated the heavenly layer for 10,000 years. Of course, the Yi clan is slightly better." Yi Shifeng nodded and chuckled. He took out a snow-white object from his chest and placed it on the table. He pushed it in front of Chu Yang and said, "Brother Chu, why are you here this time?" Brother Chu is not stupid. Of course you know. I won't beat around the bush. He paused for a while and said, "Brother Chu, if you really want to acknowledge me as your brother, keep this. I just need a word from you." A strong and fresh medicinal fragrance was emitted. Jade spirit ginseng, one of the great medicinal herbs of the heavenly layer. Of course, this jade spirit ginseng was only in the shape of a ginseng and had not reached the level of a great medicinal herb. However, it was definitely a top-notch treasure. This piece of ginseng was at least half a tael. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Chu Yang looked at the jade spirit ginseng greedily. His atoms apple-bobbed up and down. Yi Shifeng said, "Brother Chu, I just need a word from you, and this piece of jade spirit ginseng is yours." He smiled and said, "This is a piece of jade spirit ginseng that is close to 20,000 years old. As a pharmacist, you should know its value. This little brother's sincerity has already been laid bare in front of Brother Chu. If Brother Chu refuses, I have nothing to say. I can only keep the jade spirit ginseng and leave. Treat it as if we have never met." Chu Yang looked at the jade spirit ginseng with a complicated expression. It was as if he was having an intense battle in his heart. He remained silent for a long time. Yi Shifeng sighed and stood up. "If that's the case, I will take my leave." As he said that, he reached out to take the jade spirit ginseng. "Wait." Chu Yang held his hand and finally made up his mind. He said, "Brother Yi, since Brother Yi has treated me as a national scholar, how can I not know how to appreciate your kindness?" He swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. He lowered his voice and said, "I know what Brother Yi wants to know. I can only tell you one thing." Yi Shifeng's eyes lit up like lightning. "Brother Chu, please speak." At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, Brother Yi, you have to be careful. Also, you have to pay attention to the Lan clan's movements. Chu Yang said hurriedly, "I'm in a good condition now. I'm fighting with the Dark Mountain gang now. This guy is handicapped. I'll torture him like I'm torturing a child. It feels so good. Waha! I'll continue to write. There's one more chapter later." Chapter 10:20. Yi Shifeng's eyes lit up. His expression became more and more serious as he muttered, "The beginning of the 12th lunar month! Ha ha ha! Lan Changa is indeed fast." Chu Yang said nervously, "Brother Lan, keep quiet." Yi Shifeng turned his head and laughed. He gave Chu Yang a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chu, you are a good friend." Chu Yang smiled nervously and said, "I only know this much. I even heard it unintentionally. No matter what, I am very grateful." Yi Shifeng held Chu Yang's hand tightly and shook it. "Thank you," Chu Yang said sincerely. "No matter what, Brother Yi treats me as a friend. I will naturally treat you as a friend. There is no need to be so polite between friends. Ha! I shall accept this spirit," Jade ginseng shamelessly. Yi Shifeng's mouth twitched. He laughed heartily and said, "Brother Chu, you are a good friend. You are a good brother." Chu Yang laughed and said, Come, Brother Yi, let's get drunk. Eat more, eat more. It is rare to see someone who likes my dishes so much, ha." Yi Shifeng was stuffed with all kinds of food by Chu Yang. He wanted to leave a few times, but was forced to stay by Chu Yang on account of their friendship. Only when all the plates and cups were empty did Chu Yang let him go. Yi Shifeng walked out of the orchard palace. He raised his cultivation level and ran. After 2 turns, he stood under a tree. He dug his index finger into his mouth and vomited. "Fuck him, is this a dish? I ate so many poisons during my anti-poison training, but it was not as bad as this. I am really speechless. It must have been hard for that guy to enjoy the food so much. He must have not seen the world." Yi Shifeng cursed as he vomited. "When Old Tongue makes his move, I will teach you a lesson until you beg for death." Humph. Yi Shifeng finally left. Chu Yang hummed a little tune. He waved his hand and rolled up the mess. Then he threw it to an unknown place. He then played with the spirit jade ginseng with a smug look on his face. Now he was earning money with his brain. This thing came so easily. Ha! He had yet to regain his senses. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "Brother Chu, are you here?" Chu Yang heard. Yes, someone familiar. It was Meng Sei's voice. His eyebrows twitched. "Another person is here to give me a gift." He hastily rushed out. Yes, I'm here." "Ha, brother, what a rare guest." Meng Sei casually walked in and looked around. "I heard that Brother Chu has beauties here. I wanted to come and take a look." Chu Yang laughed and said, "She's just a concubine. She has the looks of a common willow, Ha! He lowered his voice and said he's sleeping. Ha! Women are always troublesome. As she spoke, she gave him a look that said, "You know what I mean." Meng Sei laughed heartily. "Brother Chu, to tell you the truth, I came here because I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "As long as my brother needs me, I won't hesitate, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames." Chu Yang passionately patted his chest. His heroic spirit reached the clouds. "Brother Chu, just now, I saw Yi Shifeng leave your place in pain and joy." Meng Sei smiled slightly and said seriously, "Yi Shifeng seems to be very unhappy with Brother Chu. He actually said that he wanted to kill you." Brother Chu, you're new here. You don't know the situation in the upper 3 heavens. Yi clan is the #1 clan. It's unwise for you to offend him." Chu Yang said angrily, "What do you mean?" "Yi Shifeng was just drinking with me and calling me brother. I even gave him an extremely important piece of news. Why does he want to kill me now?" Meng Sei sighed and said, "Brother Chu, how can you believe the words of such a person?" Chu Yang was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps. However, I don't think Yi Shifeng is a fickle person." Meng Sei laughed and did not comment. "Brother Chu, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not argue about this. You'll know in the future." As he said, "Ever since I met Brother Chu at the Lake of Despair, we hit it off. During this period of time, I've been extremely busy. Today, I finally managed to find some time to meet Brother Chu." He took out a box and handed it over with both hands. "This is the first time I'm here. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. It's for Brother Chu's lover." Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He's indeed the flower protector. Even his gift to me is for a woman. I'm really impressed. He hurriedly received it and said, "Brother, you're too polite. We're brothers after all." However, he had already received it and opened it. He could not help but gasp in surprise. Inside the box was a green fruit. Within the skin of the fruit, there seemed to be dense green smoke flowing slowly. This fruit is called the longevity fruit. As a pharmacist, Brother Chu should have heard of it. Meng Se smiled reservedly. This fruit can't heal or cure injuries. It can't increase one's cultivation level. Thirdly, it can't strengthen one's spirit. There's only one effect. If a woman consumes it, she will be guaranteed to not age for the rest of her life. Good stuff. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Haha, he couldn't close his mouth. It just so happens that my wife has been worrying about her youth these past few days. Now that you've come, this worry has been completely dispelled. Ha, brother, it's hard for you to be so considerate. It's nothing. Meng Se smiled freely and said, "Besides, I have something to ask of Brother Chu. How can I not give you a gift?" Ha! Chu Yang laughed heartily. He held Meng Se's arm and warmly let him in. "Brother, you can speak your mind. With our friendship, it's like adding iron to iron. Then I won't beat around the bush." Meng Se smiled warmly and said, "During this period of time, Brother Chu has been on good terms with Lan Chang'e of the Lan clan. You've also been on good terms with Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan. Of course, you should know what these two clans are doing now." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "So this is what you're asking about." He was in a dilemma. At this moment, Zi Xieching came out of the room. She walked over and said hurriedly, "Chu Yang, I heard there's a longevity fruit?" She had already snatched the box from him. Meng Se's eyes stared blankly at Zi Xieching's beautiful face, which should not have appeared in the human world. He actually lost his soul for a moment. After a long while, he still did not regain his senses. Chu Yang called out unhappily, "Brother, brother?" After calling out 2 or 3 times, Meng Se finally regained his senses. He said, infatuated, "Sister-in-law is really beautiful, beautiful. Brother Chu, you really have good luck with women." His voice was filled with sincere envy. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "If Brother Chu is in a dilemma, I won't ask further. Just based on sister-in-law's unparalleled beauty, I'll give you this longevity fruit." Zi Xieching nudged Chu Yang and said, "Just do me a favor. Look at how sincere he is." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He found a tree branch and wrote a few words on the ground. At the beginning of the month, please take note of the Lan clan's movements. Then he stretched out his leg and wiped it. Meng Se's expression changed, and he laughed. "Since Brother Chu is unwilling to say, I'll take my leave." He looked at Chu Yang gratefully and turned to leave. Chu Yang and Zi Xieching looked at each other and smiled. Zi Xieching could not help but laugh. She said, "You're really sinister." Chu Yang was surprised. "I'm sincere in making friends. How can I be sinister?" Zi Xieching snorted and ignored him. She threw the longevity fruit back into his arms and said, "I don't need this. Keep it for yourself and give it to your sweetheart." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and kept it. He sighed. "It's a pity that my sweetheart can't eat it now." Zi Xieching snorted and turned back to her room. Then, at night, the people of the Shao clan also sneakily came to Chu Yang's place with some things. These people had seen Chu Yang's efforts to curry favor during this period of time. Naturally, they could tell that Chu Yang's place was probably the best channel to break through. So, they came one after another. After the Shao clan's people coaxed and pestered, as well as sugar-coated attacks, they left behind a large number of valuable things and returned satisfied. This was news from the beginning of the 12th lunar month. In just one day, Chu Yang had already successfully sold to 3 clans. In addition to the Lan clan that formulated the plan and the Zhuge clan that bore the brunt of it, there were already 5 clans that were shortlisted. This kind of momentum was actually enough. But Chu Yang was still not satisfied. The next morning he went out again. He continued to attract bees and butterflies. Of course, the effect was very obvious. The Sher clan's people were like flies that had smelled a cracked egg. They followed the scent and came over. Chu Yang had learned his lesson this time. He made his price clear and threw in a lot of money. He did not have to worry that these people would sell him. Even if they wanted to sell him, it would probably be after the matter was over. Before that, if the news was leaked and the Lan clan changed their plan, what would he do? Now, Chu Yang only gave one message. When the time comes, we'll see what the Lan clan's people do. Then, the Ling clan could not hold back anymore. However, Ling Hanwu had been staying at the Yi clan all this time, only wanting to see Yi Chuchen. But now that Yi Chuchen knew that Meng Chaoran was in the upper 3 heavens, how would she give Ling Hanwu a chance? Therefore, Second Masterling was now drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The person who came was a martial saint expert from the Ling clan. He was ruthlessly ripped off by Chu Yang. The remaining Qin clan and Li clan did not make any moves. On the 7th night of the 12th lunar month, Nangong Shifeng sneakily came to Chu Yang's courtyard. Is there any new news? There are still people coming at this time? Chu Yang could not help but be a little surprised. No, there's something that I've just found out. I'm specially here to report it to you. Nangong Shifeng laughed and said it's shocking. I didn't expect that not only the Dharma Supreme and the rest have come. It turns out that on the same day that the Dharma Supreme entered the city, the supreme martial artist Bu Luqing also came to Tianji City. Bu Luqing? Chu Yang was originally half lying down lazily. Once he heard this name, he instantly shuddered and sat up straight. His eyes were shining. Did he come by himself or... Chapter 10:21. Nangong Shifeng said, when the Dharma Supreme came, the big clans had sealed off the entire city gate. We couldn't get to the front at all. They also didn't tell anyone that supreme martial artist who had entered Tianji City. Today, an expert from the Zhuge clan accidentally let it slip and suddenly let everyone know about this news. It's not that we didn't try our best. Nangong Shifeng thought that Chu Yang was blaming him for the late information and hurriedly explained. This wasn't because the big clans were keeping a secret, but because the big clans and the Dharma Supreme had to maintain their reputation. Those who knew would know that it was an honor to be stopped by Bu Luqing. But in this world, most people didn't know. In the ears of ordinary martial artists, they would inevitably think that the big clans and the Dharma Supreme were suppressed by Bu Luqing alone. This would be a huge blow to the reputation of the big clans and the dignity of the law enforcement officers. Therefore, they kept it a secret. Chu Yang hurriedly interrupted Nangong Shifeng's explanation. What I'm asking is, did Supreme Martial Artist Bu come alone or with a few people? Or did he bring someone with him? Nangong Shifeng was startled. He didn't know why Chu Yang cared about such trivial matters, but he still hurriedly replied, I heard that Supreme Martial Artist Bu brought his disciple, a little girl in red. It's said that Supreme Martial Artist Bu stopped the Dharma Supreme and the supreme experts from the big clans at the city gate to ask for a gift for his disciple. Haha. At this point, Nangong Shifeng also felt that this matter was quite funny. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Supreme Martial Artist Bu is really not polite. When he heard that Supreme Martial Artist Bu had brought his disciple here, and it was a little girl dressed in red, Chu Yang's mind was shaken. In that instant, he saw stars, and a deep sense of longing welled up in his heart. He actually didn't hear what Nangong Shifeng said after that, and was in a daze. Nangong Shifeng said a few more words. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't respond, he could only get up and leave. Chu Yang still didn't speak or move. It was only until Nangong Shifeng had left for a long time that Chuyang opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "Where do they stay?" But no one answered. Looking carefully, there was no trace of Nangong Shifeng in front of him. He smiled bitterly. This guy must have left after seeing that he was in a daze. But thinking about it, there was no need to ask. With Nangong Shifeng's ability, it would be illogical if he could actually find out where Buluqing stayed. Chuyang heaved a long sigh of relief. "Xiao Wu, you're here. You are finally here. I'm finally going to see you again." Chuyang was very excited. Even though she kept reminding herself to stay calm, she was still so excited that her whole body was hot and her face was red. He suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Looking at the dark night, Chuyang couldn't help but have an impulse. Immediately find Emo Ching Wu and see how my little Wu is now. He thought about how Emo Ching Wu would jump on top of him the moment she saw him. Her tender, lotus-like arms would wrap around his neck, and she would sweetly call out, "Elder brother Chuyang, I missed you so much." Chuyang couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Chuyang couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He pushed open the door and walked out. The oncoming cold wind blew against his face. Chuyang quivered and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He longed to see Emo Ching Wu, so he was naturally very eager to see her. He believed that Xiao Wu was also very eager to see him. However, if he were to see Emo Ching Wu now, the little girl would definitely stick to his side. He didn't have to worry about her getting in his way, but the people from the big aristocratic families would definitely recognize Emo Ching Wu. If they knew that he was so close to Emo Ching Wu, and that there was Buluqing behind them, would they be suspicious of his arrangements for the past few days, or change anything? Chuyang smiled bitterly. There was no need to even think about it. When the time came, there would definitely be a huge impact. Chuyang hesitated. Finally, he turned around and returned to his room. Today was already the 7th day of the 12th lunar month. Tomorrow was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow was the 1st day of the 12th lunar month. There were only 2 days and 2 nights left. After the night of the day after tomorrow, everything should be fine. But all the plans that I had painstakingly prepared would be disrupted if I went to humiliate Emo Ching Wu. Then I would have been blinded by impulsiveness. There were only 2 days left. There were only 2 days left. Chuyang tried his best to comfort himself and forced himself to calm down. But he still felt as if his heart was being scratched by hundreds of scratches and was being fried by fire. He raised his head and gulped down 2 cups of ice-cold tea. He was actually gasping for breath. With a flash of white, Zi Xieching entered. "What's wrong?" Zi Xieching looked at him. "Nothing." Chuyang shook his head in annoyance and sat down. He had always thought that his self-control was extremely high, and there were very few people in this world who could compare with him. But ever since he heard about Emo Ching Wu, Chuyang realized that he had overestimated himself. Zi Xieching looked at him mockingly. "I just heard that a peak supreme martial artist came." "Yes." Chuyang nodded. "I'll wait for you to finish these 2 days. I'll go meet him and see what level a peak supreme martial artist in Zhongtian is at." Zi Xieching smiled lightly. "Then you should go look for the Dharma Supreme," Chuyang said. Because of his relationship with Emo Ching Wu, Chuyang had also developed a bit of a family mentality towards Buluqing and Ningtianya. Besides, if Buluqing was abused, Emo Ching Wu would definitely be unhappy. Zi Xieching looked at him. This supreme martial artist also brought a little disciple in red. "Well, it's a girl. She shouldn't be old, right? About the same as Luar?" Chuyang nodded. "About the same. Well, if she's over 14 years old, she should be called a young girl." But Nangong said that she was a little girl. Zi Xieching said, "And you're so annoyed it shouldn't be because of this. Buluqing, right?" Chuyang finally calmed down and coughed awkwardly. "So it's actually because of that little girl." Zi Xieching looked at him. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed violently. Ha ha ha. Zi Xieching finally couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that the wise, and tenacious Duke Chu would actually dream of a little girl. Ha! A little girl about the same age as Lu. Is Duke Chu's dream lover? Chu Yang said with a black face. Your laughter is really unpleasant. It was the first time Zi Xieching laughed like this. It was really too unexpected. The tenacious Chu Yang, the brave Chu Yang, the quick-witted Chu Yang, the ruthless Chu Yang, the 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 Chu Yang. At this moment, all these images were shattered. Zi Xieching kept smacking her lips. TSK, 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 TSK. Duke Chu, your feelings are really unique. TSK, TSK, I didn't expect that you have such a hobby. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, What? Zi Xieching snorted and said, I just admire you very much. What else can it be? This little girl has just arrived, and you're so agitated. Looks like you haven't seen her for a long time. Then you know her, or the last time you saw her was at least 1 or 2 years ago, right? 1 or 2 years ago. She was only 10 years old. Ha ha ha. She's only 10 years old, right? Chu Yang was speechless. You should go to sleep. Zi Xieching snorted. Only 10 years old. TSK, TSK. There are so many experts in the heavenly layer. Even ordinary people might not be able to start a girl at 10 years old. Ha ha ha. Zi Xieching rocked back and forth. Chu Yang, you're really too amazing. I've been to so many planes, but this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. You're really the first. You've given me such a huge surprise. Chu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore. Have you said enough? Little, so what? Let me tell you, even if you marry me in the future, you have to call her big sister obediently. Do you understand? I'll marry you? Zi Xieching snorted. Dream on. Chu Yang snorted and said, Even if you're a concubine, you have to call her big sister. Zi Xieching stopped laughing and looked fiercely at Chu Yang. Suddenly, she waved her hand and sent out a ball of divine scents, completely shielding the entire small courtyard. Then, she grabbed Chu Yang's collar and dragged him out. Very good, very good. You're very good. I haven't trained you these few days, and you actually have the guts to tease me. Come, I'll help you understand. Zi Xieching gritted her teeth and said. Chu Yang softened instantly and smiled apologetically. Actually, it's just a joke. Isn't it normal for us to joke around? Before he could finish his words, Zi Xieching had already pulled him out of the house. I solemnly declare, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Chu Yang knew that this time, under Zi Xieching's rage, he was afraid that he would be very miserable. He tried his best to find an excuse to avoid it. Unfortunately, I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman. Zi Xieching gritted her teeth. With a flick of her wrist, Chu Yang's body involuntarily turned around. His buttocks faced Zi Xieching, and he actually involuntarily stuck out, posing an absolutely suitable kicking posture. I'll let you tease me. Zi Xieching kicked Chu Yang's buttocks fiercely. Swoosh! Chu Yang let out a blood-curdling scream. Then he flew straight into the endless night sky like a rocket. He actually only landed after a while. It was obvious how high he flew. To put it bluntly, if Chu Yang could fly so high with his own strength, then in this heavenly continent, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10 in terms of lightness skill. I'll let you be a concubine. Another kick. Swoosh! Chu Yang flew up again like he was riding on clouds. Just 2 kicks, and his buttocks were already as swollen as a millstone. I'll let you be a big sister. Another kick, bam, bam. Minister Chu spent most of the night flying in the air. This kind of flying man with his cultivation sealed and being kicked in the air was really not a good feeling, especially on a cold winter night when Zi Xiqing finally showed mercy and released Chu Yang. Minister Chu was already frozen like a popsicle. This was the price of having a cheap mouth. At this moment, Chu Yang touched his almost transparent buttocks and suddenly thought of Nangong Shifeng. Sai, what bad luck. One is marked by the company one keeps. That old fellow is infected. Chapter 10:22. The next morning, when Chu Yang went to find Wu Qianshan, he still felt the pain of his buttocks splitting into 8 pieces. For some reason, Zi Xiqing was extra ruthless this time. Chu Yang used the incomplete version of the heavy pill and only managed to heal a large part of it. Although it did not affect his movement, his buttocks started to protest when he walked. Chu Yang came to Jiaxiu building in pain. When Wu Qianshan saw him, she was shocked. What happened? Are you hurt? It's very serious. Chu Yang wrinkled his nose. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. Wu Qianshan walked over anxiously. On my buttocks. Chu Yang said bitterly, They're swollen. Wu Qianshan was stunned and her face turned red. She spat at him and said, Hooligan. I'm innocent. It's true. Chu Yang felt wronged. Humph. I'll be a fool if I believe you. Wu Qianshan snorted. Since ancient times, when experts fought, how could they not hit other areas but only the buttocks? Wu Qianshan naturally thought that Chu Yang was teasing her. Sai, then let's talk about serious matters. Chu Yang said helplessly, Humph. Wu Qianshan snorted again. How are your preparations? Chu Yang pulled Wu Qianshan to the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in water, and wrote on the table. After the words were written, they dried up and only Wu Qianshan could see them. Wu Qianshan took the brush and said, I'm ready. Chu Yang continued to write. Does your master know? You didn't tell him, right? No. My master hates evil and can't tolerate anything. If he knew, he would have already killed them. Good. I have a packet of medicine here. Take it tomorrow night. As long as you don't use your elemental energy, the effect will be the same as the medicine he gave me. When the time comes, if your master can't make it in time, you can use your elemental energy and recover immediately. Okay, things will be big tomorrow. You have to be prepared. I understand. The two finished writing. Chu Yang laughed. I didn't expect Wu Xian's foundation to be so good. In such a short time, you've recovered to such an extent. Looks like my treatment plan is coming to an end. Congratulations, Wu Xian. Wu Qianshan smiled gently and said, It's all thanks to the divine doctor's miraculous hands. Chu Yang said modestly, You're too kind. Black Immortal Foundation is really good. How about this? Wu Xian. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, Wu Xian's injuries are about to recover completely, but they haven't recovered yet. This is the most sensitive situation. How about this? You take this medicine today, and I'll go back today. Immediately prepare another medicine and send it to Wu Xian tomorrow afternoon. When Wu Xian takes it, I dare to guarantee with my honor that Wu Xian's injuries will be completely healed immediately. Moreover, there will be absolutely no sequelae. Chu Yang said solemnly. In the afternoon, Wu Qianshan asked confusedly, Divine Dr. Chu, you've always come in the morning. Why did you suddenly change it to the afternoon tomorrow? He said out loud. Wu Qianshan couldn't feel it. However, Chu Yang could feel that there was a divine sense that had been hidden seamlessly all this time. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation. Chu Yang said calmly, Wu Xian doesn't know. Originally, I thought that Wu Xian's injuries would at least take another 3 days to recover completely. But I didn't expect Wu Xian's aptitude to be so good and so deep. By then, I haven't even started to prepare those medicines, Wu Xian must know. If many medicines are prepared in advance, their medicinal effects will be lost. But to prepare medicines on the spot, it takes time. I'll go back to prepare now. I also need to nourish the medicine overnight. Then, I'll use a secret method to extract the essence of the medicine and soak it in a special medicine. Only when it reaches a certain level can I take it out from the medicine and prepare it into medicine for Wu Xian. By then, I might not be able to send it over by tomorrow afternoon. I see, Wu Qianqian said shamefully and gratefully. Divine Doctor, you've really done a lot for me. Chu Yang said seriously, as long as Wu Xian can recover completely, even if I have to work 10 times harder, I'm willing to do it. Wu Qianqian didn't say anything else. She just looked at him deeply and said, Thank you, Divine Doctor. Chu Yang smiled. Wu Xian, rest now and recuperate your energy. By tomorrow night, all the pain will be gone. Thank you, Mr. Wu Qianqian bowed. Goodbye. I'll send you off. The two of them walked down Jiaxiu Building. Chu Yang bowed, and Wu Qianqian respectfully returned greeting. She watched as Chu Yang left. Just like usual, nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. In Jiaxiu Building, the hidden divine consciousness seemed to be relieved and quietly retreated. When Chu Yang returned, Zi Shiqing was in the courtyard. She was slowly stretching her body and doing some incredible movements. Even though Chu Yang's buttocks were still hurting terribly, he couldn't help but laugh. The movements that Zi Shiqing was practicing now were the limitless heaven and earth Tao that he practiced every morning. He didn't expect that Zi Shiqing would learn everything that he practiced every day. Cough, cough, who still remembers Chu Yang's limitless heaven and earth Tao? Although Chu Yang himself had already performed this set of movements smoothly and easily, he was still a man after all. Now, this set of kung fu was being displayed on Zi Shiqing's body, as her slender and delicate body made strange movements. Her postures were actually extremely beautiful. When Chu Yang arrived, Zi Shiqing's feet were nailed to the ground. She straightened her back and slowly leaned back, revealing her head from under her crotch. Then she hugged her chin from the front with both hands and pulled gently. Instantly, her body left the ground and flew up. She maintained this circular posture in the air and spun in circles. Her beautiful hair was also fluttering in the wind. Chu Yang looked at her breasts that were even more beautiful after she deliberately raised her head. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Demon! This Duke wants to see just how monstrous this demoness is. Chu Yang gave himself a reason in his heart. Then, he continued to read with a clear conscience. After a long time, Zi Shiqing stopped practicing. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and walked over. The most peculiar thing about this set of martial arts was that when practicing this set of martial arts, one couldn't use one's cultivation and could only use the most primitive physical strength. Therefore, after practicing for a while, Zi Shiqing was also sweating profusely. How is it? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Very good. Zi Shiqing pondered for a while and praised, this set of martial arts is really powerful. Although it can improve one's cultivation, it has a faint resemblance to the traces of Tao. Oh, no, Zi Shiqing said halfway. She suddenly changed her words. This set of movements should be full of traces of life. Every movement can feel the rhythm of life. That kind of vitality, only after a certain level, after understanding the meaning of life. Only then can one start to use this set of movements to figure out the traces of Tao. Amazing! Chu Yang couldn't help but praise. He really didn't expect Zi Shiqing to understand the true power of this set of martial arts just by watching him practice it a few times. This set of martial arts is very useful to me. It's very useful, Zi Shiqing said lightly. As she said, she looked at Chu Yang. I'll explain it to you one by one, and then give you the incantation. Chu Yang laughed. Okay. Zi Xieching agreed readily. She smiled and said, maybe you don't understand what I mean, but I can be sure that this set of movements of yours will be my biggest gain from coming to the Chongtian continent this time. It's my honor. Chu Yang laughed. Following which, he explained the set of movements to Zi Xieching in detail as he spoke. As he explained, he made a demonstration. Zi Xieching looked at him intently and remembered it in her heart. Tomorrow morning, let's do it together. You follow behind me. Chu Yang smiled and said. He liked Zi Xieching's temper the most. She was not pretentious, compared to ordinary people, although Zi Xieching was an unparalleled expert. She had a sincerity that ordinary people didn't have, and she was real. Okay, Zi Xieching naturally knew that she wouldn't understand the essence of it so quickly. She was even more sure that this set of movements, although it looked ordinary, but to her, it was better than any other martial technique. Because this set of martial technique, in a sense, was just an imitation. It wasn't based on the human body to create this set of movements. How's your preparation? Zi Xieching asked. Everything is ready. Chu Yang answered seriously. Good. Zi Xieching agreed. She turned and smiled and said, I just realized now. Although it's satisfying to use violence to solve some problems, it's really not as satisfying as scheming behind someone's back. That feeling of satisfaction is really indescribable. Chu Yang smiled deeply and said, So in this world, many people like to play tricks. Some do it for their own purposes, but some do it for this special kind of achievement and pleasure. Zi Xieching deeply agreed. The beginning of the 12th lunar month. The day had finally arrived. In the afternoon, when Chu Yang walked out of the orchard palace, the sky was already a little dark. After 2 turns, he saw Lan Changa. He saw Lan Changa making a gesture to him and throwing a questioning look at him. The gesture meant Moon Breeze had been invited for a drink. The look in his eyes meant, How's your preparation? Chu Yang made a don't worry gesture and walked over with a smile. Lan Changa was instantly overjoyed. He couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile on his face. Wahaha, the beauty was about to be in his hands. Lan Changa almost skipped back. Chu Yang looked at Lan Changa from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Then he walked over. When he reached Jiaxiu building, Wu Qianqian had already been waiting for a long time. She said apologetically, Thank you for your hard work. It's already so late, you must be very tired? Chu Yang laughed and put on an expression of obviously very tired but pretending not to be tired, but at the same time letting people see that he's very tired at a glance. It's not tiring. For a mortal, it's only right to be tiring. Immortal, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot. It's good for the medicinal effect. Wu Qianqian nodded gently. She picked up a bowl of medicine on the table and raised it to her mouth. The 2 of them looked at each other and secretly gave each other a look. Then Wu Qianqian drank the medicine in 1 gulp. Finally, she had made up for her lack of chapters. She heaved a long sigh of relief and went to sleep. Gee. Chapter 10:23. After leaving Wu Qianqian's place, Chu Yang saw Lan Changa after walking a short distance. This Lan Changa was really impatient to die. Chu Yang thought to himself, but walked over without looking sideways. He gave Lan Changa a look that said, Don't worry, it's all settled. Then, Chu Yang did not care about Lan Changa's reaction and left in a hurry. Lan Changa's eyes lit up. A surge of excitement almost rushed up to his throat, and he started to sing loudly. He had to suppress the ecstasy in his heart by force, thinking that from today onwards, he would be the son-in-law of the Moon Breeze supreme martial artists, have a beautiful woman in his arms, and be able to spoil the Yi clan's plans and let his own clan reap all the benefits. In that case, who else but him would be the next clan master of the Lan clan? Chapter 302. You watch the show. I watched the show thinking of this. Lan Changa's heart was burning. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Lan Changa laughed and said softly, "It's all thanks to this idiot. I will definitely let you die comfortably." Then Lan Changa left in a hurry. He went back to make arrangements. Chu Yang had walked far away and turned a corner. His ears moved slightly and he muttered, "But I will definitely not let you die comfortably." Then Chu Yang turned a few corners and changed his appearance to a short and fat man. Then he went straight to the front of Shuiyu Tower. In front of Shuiyu Tower, there was already a sea of people. It could be seen that the Diwu clan had made a big fuss this time. Chu Yang walked with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. A martial saint-level aura surged out, and he went on a rampage in the crowd. Many people were knocked down by him. But when they saw his cultivation level, they were angry but did not dare to say anything. Chu Yang's arrival was such a big fuss. Immediately, it attracted the attention of a martial artist from the Diwu clan. He immediately came forward and bowed respectfully. "May I know if you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Celebrate the birthday?" Chu Yang laughed with a hoarse voice. "Is Diwu Qingru here?" That martial artist became even more respectful. Chapter 302. You watch the show, I also watch the show. Lord Qingro is currently at Shuiyu Tower. How about I lead Senior there? Chu Yang waved his hand casually. "Forget it. I have a note here. Just leave it to him." As he spoke, a piece of paper suddenly appeared out of thin air and floated towards the warrior. Only then did he land. "Yes, may I know Senior's name?" The warrior became even more respectful when he saw this. "Give him the note, and he will know who I am." Chu Yang snorted. Then he suddenly rose up like a rainbow and disappeared without a trace. The warrior did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly ran towards the Water Moon Tower with the slip of paper in her hand. On the top floor of Shuiyu Tower, Diwu Qingro and the others were drinking while watching the show. Diwu Qingro's demeanor was free and easy. His movements were natural and his eyes were warm. There was nothing unusual about him. Suddenly, there was a report from outside that someone wanted to see him. He said that he had important news. Diwu Qingro waved his hand and ordered him to come in. "My lord, there are orders. I'll give you this slip of paper." That warrior respectfully walked in front of Diwu Qingro and raised the slip of paper over his head. "Oh!" Diwu Qingro took it and casually put it aside. He asked, "What does that person look like?" "He's a little short and fat, but he has an intimidating presence and a strong aura. He thinks that he's at least a saint. He should be a saint-level master." The warrior hurriedly explained. "Oh." Diwu Qingro waved his hand and dismissed him. He slowly unfolded the slip of paper. Suddenly his body trembled slightly. "Fifth brother, what happened?" Diwu Qingquang, who was sitting beside him, asked sensitively. "Nothing much, just an old friend. He found out that I'm here and came to report some news." Diwu Qingro said casually. The slip of paper had already turned into ashes in his hand. Diwu Qingquang did not believe it, but he could not say anything. He just replied with an "oh" and sat back down. Diwu Qingro's eyes were fixed on the stage, but his mind turned to those few words. There were only these few words on the slip of paper. "You dance softly in the heavens, but do you know what you did in the past? At the Water Moon Tower, you should be drunk, but I have no worries in the heavens. The east wind pushes the boat thousands of miles, painstakingly planning. Tonight, I'll climb high to see the wind and moon and sit and watch the heads roll." The inscription was, "You watch the show, I watch the show too." Diwu Qingro thought for a long time. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He murmured, "You really don't want to lose out at all. I can't deny that I made use of you in this matter. But didn't you make use of me too? The benefits you get are even greater." Then Diwu Qingro seemed to have put down all his worries and focused on watching the show. Because the show was about to start, Chu Yang flew up to a high tower in the city. This high tower was used by the Zhuge clan for divination. However, it had not been used in the past few years. Therefore, the security was not very tight. Then he was like a piece of weightless black cloud. He calmed down and attached himself to the highest tile. The cold wind whistled and swept past his body. However, it could not even lift his black clothes. The reason why he chose this place was because it was the closest to the Yi clan's residence, and it was also the highest place in the vicinity. The Yi clan's residence was called Peaceful Jade Lake. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides. The environment was extremely beautiful. It was obvious that the Zhuge clan had put in a lot of effort in arranging the residence of the number 1 clan. At this moment, Yi Shifeng was anxiously pacing back and forth in the residence of Peaceful Jade Lake. He looked anxiously at the door. Beside him, there were a few elders in black. They sat calmly and seemed to be resting. In the other residences, the members of the Yi clan were not resting. They were not doing anything. They were quietly waiting for something. The door opened. A gust of cold wind blew in. A black shadow followed. How is it? There is no movement from the Lan clan. How could this be? Yi Shifeng was puzzled. Tonight, he had spent a lot of effort persuading his clan members. They were prepared to follow behind the Lan clan. When the Lan clan and the Zhuge clan were fighting, they would take advantage of the situation. For this, they had even sent out 2 5th-grade supreme martial artists and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist to scout for information. The remaining supreme martial artists were all using their divine senses as if they were facing a great enemy. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, there was still no movement from the Lan clan? If the news was false, then Yi Shifeng would have committed a huge sin this time. These experts were the old ancestors of the Yi clan. How could they be toyed with by Yi Shifeng? Yi Xiu sat at the side with an elegant posture. He did not say a word. In fact, he had doubts about this mission. However, Yi Shifeng wanted to take all the credit. How could he tell Yi Xiu such a big thing? Hence, Yi Xiu was still in the dark. If Yi Xiu knew, he would have strong suspicions and start investigating. Yi Shifeng had made a huge mistake. No matter what, Yi Xiu had interacted with Chu Yang in the upper 3 heavens. Furthermore, he knew the origin of the Lake of Despair incident. At the very least, he knew that Chu Yang was one of the initiators of the incident. Furthermore, Mo, Tianji, Guduxing, and the rest, they all followed Chu Yang's lead. Even if they were stupid, they would think about it. Although these people were not considered much in the upper 3 heavens. However, in the upper 3 heavens, they were all arrogant geniuses. Furthermore, they were all descendants of aristocratic families. Chu Yang had nothing. To be able to make these people bow down to him, how could he not have some ability? Yi Xiu saw Yi Shifeng's anxious look and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This was his 2nd brother, his biological brother. Normally, he would take good care of him. However, when it came to such an important matter, he did not even tell him anything. He yawned and said, "2nd brother, wait here. Anyway, this mission has nothing to do with me. I'll go and sleep first." Yi Shifeng nodded absent-mindedly and said, Go. Yi Xiu's heart felt even colder. He nodded and walked out of the door. However, his attitude today was obviously stiff and pretentious. Other than the Yi clan, the Xiao clan, Shi clan, Ling clan, Zhuge clan were also doing the same thing as the Yi clan. They were paying close attention to the Lan clan. There were no experts outside at all. The first half of the night was very peaceful. Finally, Yi Shifeng was anxiously waiting. A divine consciousness swept across the sky. The Lan clan has made their move. They have mobilized many people. Yi Shifeng was ecstatic. He almost jumped for joy. He clenched his right fist and waved it excitedly. Pay attention to the direction. A black figure, wearing the Yi clan's uniform. He entered Jiaxiu building like a wisp of smoke. The two maids downstairs didn't even have time to react before they were knocked unconscious. The black shadow went up Jiaxiu building without stopping. His speed was as fast as lightning, but he seemed to be moving slowly and silently. He was already outside Wu Qianqian's room. He listened carefully and only heard the sound of breathing. There was only one person inside. His hand silently pressed against the door, and with a burst of strength, the door frame was silently shattered, and the door opened. Wu Qianqian was lying on the bed. When she heard the voice, she did not react. She only struggled to support herself and shouted in fear, "Who is it?" The man in black laughed strangely and felt relieved. He said softly, "Sorry, miss. Our second young master Yi has taken a liking to you. He wants to invite you over for a chat." Wu Qianqian said angrily, "Second young master Yi? Yi Shifeng? How dare he? What does he dare to do?" There's no need to talk about second young master Ye's courage. Since he has already done it, Wu Xian should accept her fate. The man in black stepped forward and slapped Wu Qianqian's shoulder. Wu Qianqian only had time to say one sentence. "How dare you?" she fainted. He wrapped her in a blanket and carried her on his shoulder. With a swoosh, he went out of the window. He disappeared into the night. He was extremely careful when he came. He had already confirmed that there were no other experts here. Things went very smoothly. He succeeded the moment he arrived. It seemed that the Chu Yang mentioned by the Sangong was really stupid to such an extent. This time, Yi Shifeng would not be able to escape unscathed. After he left, a slender figure appeared. It was Zi Xiecheng. Chapter 1024. At this moment, in a quiet and elegant tavern, Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue were sitting at the head of the table. Sitting opposite them was the second grandmaster of the Lan clan, Lan Muxue. Today, they suddenly received Lan Muxue's invitation for a meal. The Moon Breeze couple couldn't reject it and had to give him face. Among the people from the big clans, only Lan Muxue had the face to invite them. The others really couldn't invite the Moon Breeze couple. It wasn't that this thousands of miles of ice and snow was so awesome that the Moon Breeze couple had to give face to him. It was just that Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro owed the Lan clan a big favor. Wu Qianqian, the disciple with the demonic body that both of them were very satisfied with, was recommended to them by the Lan clan. To the two of them, this favor was very heavy. Therefore, when Lan Muxue invited them this time, Book 7, Chapter 303, exposing evil schemes, although Feng and you were reluctant, they still came. "Senior Yu, please drink this cup. I have a few words from the bottom of my heart that I would like to tell you." Lan Muxue raised his cup respectfully. "Oh!" Yu Lingxue looked at him and said, "What words do you have that you have to drink before speaking?" Lan Muxue felt awkward and thought, drinking this cup before speaking is just a kind of etiquette on the table. People say that it's easier to speak when one is drunk. Why is the supreme martial artist so serious? He had no choice but to say, "Since that's the case, I'll drink first and say a few words from the bottom of my heart to give you courage." Yu Lingxue said lightly, "Just speak. Why do you need to drink to give you courage?" Lan Muxue's cup was already in the air. When he heard this, he was stunned again. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you have something to say, just say it." Feng Yuro frowned and said, "Muxue, you also know the relationship between the Lan clan and us. There's no need to do this." Lan Muxue forced a smile and finally finished his cup. He said, "Then I'll be bold and say it directly." He sighed and said, "I think that the two of you are so detached from the law enforcement officers. It's really unwise." "Unwise?" Yu Lingxue raised his eyebrows. Part 7, Chapter 303, exposing a treacherous plot, yes. Lan Muxue raised his eyebrows and said, Are you saying that changing the pattern of the heavens for 10,000 years and the rules set by our ancestors is wisdom? But the Calamity Sword Master is a void after all. Lan Muxue pondered and finally retorted, "Nothingness." Yu Lingxue chuckled. "And it is said that the previous masters of the Calamity Sword are all of terrible characters." Lan Muxue said, "Senior, it is too unfair for you to work for such people." "So what?" Yu Lingxue was unmoved. His expression was cold. He said, "Back then, on the first day I became a law enforcer, I was already at the law enforcement steel." Stabbing the heart, the back, the pit of the stomach, the palm of the hand, the soles of the foot, with the blood of the 7 hearts, I swear a venomous oath. For the rest of his life, he was a law enforcer, impartial, and incorruptible, to ensure the peace of the heaven, and to assist the Calamity Sword Master in unifying the heaven at a certain time. I will always remember the oath in front of the law enforcement tablet. Even though the Calamity Sword Master's character is not good, he has never harmed the world. Instead, he used his own strength to unify the heaven, sacrificing his own life and that of his brother to become the foundation of the heaven. What right do you have to say that their character is not good? The establishment of the heaven is a scene of blood. So, it requires the unity of the heavens and the 10 hearts to be united, and the vitality to be soaring to the sky to resolve the crisis of the heaven. And this unity of the heavens and the earth is the great calamity of your big clans. Every brother of the Calamity Sword Master corresponds to one of your big clans. Once the brothers of the Calamity Sword Master appear, it is a sign of the destruction of the big clans of the older generation. Then it becomes the blood of the heavens and nourishes the heaven. What other complaints do you have? You must know that this is your elder ancestor. He became the tribulation of others, turning tens of thousands of people of other clans into the blood of the heavens. That is why your clans have been prosperous for 10,000 years. Now, your clans are destroyed by another tribulation and turned into the power of the heavens. Isn't it reasonable? You must know that if the Calamity Sword Master dies, this continent will collapse. The tragedy of 100,000 years ago will repeat itself. By then, your clan will also cease to exist. Yu Lingxue finished in one breath. He straightened his body and looked at Lan Muxue. "I would like to give you a piece of advice. Muxue, seeing that your junior Macian has recommended a satisfactory brother to me, I advise you not to participate in the battle against the Calamity Sword Master. Take a step back. Although more than half of your clan will be killed or injured because of this, your entire clan will not be destroyed. As long as the bloodline is still there, your Lan clan will have a chance to rise again." His eyes were burning. The Dharma Supreme wants to destroy the Calamity Sword Master. This is going against the heavens. Even if he really succeeds, with the death of the Calamity Sword Master, without the power of the tribulation and the vitality of billions of dead souls, this heaven continent will not live for long. Lan Muxue sighed and said, "Elder, I am already in a difficult position." Yu Lingxue said sharply, "What difficult position?" "It is just that you can't give up the glory and wealth that you have already obtained. Don't you know that your Lan clan must have kept a few ancient books from 100,000 years ago? Do you know the most common sentence in the ancient books? That sentence." Lan Muxue asked doubtfully, "History is but a dream. The heavenly talents will only last for 1,000 years. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, 100,000 years ago, the most powerful clan in the heaven continent and the clan that lasted the longest was the Heavenly Talents clan. They only lasted for 1,000 years. Other than that, no other clan could last for a longer period of time. But when it comes to the Heavenly Talents clan, every clan lasted for 10,000 years. Have you ever thought about the reason for this? Which clan can last for 10,000 years? Are you also awesome? Not squandering even after 10,000 years? You must know that a poor person can't last for 5 generations, and a rich person can't last for 3 generations. 10,000 years. Why? Isn't it because they want to turn you all into the power of the blood that nourishes the heavens? That's why they use the luck of the heavens to add to the big clans. Otherwise, you all would have long been wiped out in the long river of history. How can you all survive for 10,000 years? You are still not satisfied. Yu Lingxue asked coldly. You still want to go against the will of the heavens. Do you know that the more you resist, the more your Lan clan will be completely destroyed? In the end, I'm afraid there will be no survivors and your bloodline will be wiped out. Lan Mushiwe let out a long sigh and lowered his head. His face was full of bitterness. He said, I know all these that Senior has said. However, for 10,000 years, everyone in the big clans knows about these. But who doesn't have the thought of being lucky? If they can survive and maintain their current glory, who would be willing to be enemies with their brothers who have been on par with them for 10,000 years? Every clan has gone through 10,000 years of hard work to develop to today's situation. 10,000 years of hard work and generations of wisdom. How can we be willing to be destroyed? Yu Lingxue sighed. If that's the case, then there's really nothing to say. If the tribulations, Sword Master appears, we and the Lan clan, I'm afraid we'll be on the opposite side. By then it'll be really awkward. Lan Mushiwe sighed too. At this point, Yu Lingxue, who had always been cold and taciturn, made an exception to say so much. Every word was sincere advice. How could Lan Mushiwe not know? But Lan Mushiwe would definitely not agree. Lan Mushiwe felt a little guilty. Although Yu Lingxue would definitely be on the opposite side in the future. He was talking to him now. But the reason why he asked them out was to plot against their only and most beloved disciple. He couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable in his heart. The 3 of them ate in silence for a while. Lan Mushiwe finally asked tentatively, I wonder if Master Yu's disciple Wu Xian has a husband now? Feng Yuro suddenly raised her head and looked at him. She snorted lightly. Lan Mushiwe, you want to be a matchmaker? Lan Mushiwe laughed and said, That's right. I have a descendant, regardless of character, martial arts, cultivation, intelligence, and temperament. They're all. Say no more. Yu Lingxue didn't wait for him to finish and had already waved his hand to interrupt him. He said, How can the few of you from the Lan clan be worthy of our disciple? A hint of hidden anger flashed across Lan Mushiwe's eyes. Who do you think your disciple is? Our Lan clan is actually not worthy at this moment. A clear and cold voice suddenly came from the outside. Good mood, good mood. Venerable Feng and you are indeed worthy of being Venerable Feng and you. Even their own disciple was taken away by someone. The couple is still here indulging in wine and women. The 3 of them changed their expressions at the same time. I'll go back and take a look. Yu Lingxue made a prompt decision. He stood up and went out through the window. In a flash, he disappeared. Only Feng Yuro was left here, because both husband and wife could tell who the person was. Perhaps in this world, anyone could lie to them. But this person definitely didn't need to lie to them, because she didn't need to use her full strength at all. She could easily kill them. In front of such a huge gap in strength, why would she lie to them? Lan Mushiwe shouted in a deep voice, Who is it? Stand out for this old man. His heart was already beating like a drum. Yu Lingxue left immediately after this person spoke. Was it because he trusted this person, or was he overly concerned about his disciple? Yu Lingxue went back so early. Did the clan's plan succeed? Could it be he tried to use his divine senses to search for the person who spoke? But to his horror, he realized that his divine senses were like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. You don't need to know who I am. That person said, coldly. The voice seemed to be right beside his ear. Feng Yuro, you're really patient. The grandson of this old thing in front of you has already gone to harm your brother. All kinds of indecent methods, such as knockout drugs, aphrodisiacs, and framing others, have all been used. Now, your disciple has already confessed, yet you're still in the mood to sit and drink with him. Chapter 10:25. Everyone from both sides gritted their teeth, their faces ferocious as they shouted, "Fight to the death!" Both sides did not wish for any undue delay in this battle. Hence, right from the start, the battle had already reached its climax. In an instant, the entire peaceful Jade Lake was shaking violently. Strong and ferocious forces collided with each other continuously, causing the forces to scatter in all directions. The water of peaceful Jade Lake surged up to a height of a few hundred feet before it was forcefully pressed down and smashed onto the ground, scattering out of the lake shore. The ground shook violently, and the entire abode jumped up as if there was an earthquake, then fell down heavily. Such a sturdy house was swaying left and right energetically as if it was a disco dance. Just one contact, and there were already people from both sides who were injured. Everyone's eyes were red from the start. The Lan clan's daughter wanted to rescue Wu Qianqian earlier and frame the Yi clan as the scapegoat so that Elders Feng and you would find trouble with them. Then the Lan clan would successfully settle their own matters and make a fortune. It was undeniable that even if Yi Di was here, he could only retreat and escape from the rage of Elders Feng and Yu. As long as the Yi clan, the most competitive clan, withdrew, the Lan clan's matter would be more than 80% settled. And regarding this matter, the Elder Master did not know how long he could delay Elders Feng and Yu. Once Elder Master Feng and Yu suddenly came and caught them red-handed, the Yi clan would have a chance to explain themselves. That would be bad. Hence, everyone went all out from the start. As for the Yi clan, they felt wronged and depressed. They were also driven by the other party's desperation and had no choice but to resist with all their might. No matter what, they had to hold on until the Elder Master returned. Otherwise, they would definitely be the scapegoat. The rage of Elders Feng and Yu was not something that the Yi clan members here could withstand. In an instant, everyone in the Yi clan fought with all their might. Once they were framed, they would be killed by Elders Feng and Yu. There was no doubt about this. Rather than being killed by Elder Master Feng and Yu, they would rather perish together with this bunch of bastards who framed them. Thinking of this, everyone fought even harder. Everyone shouted loudly, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone's eyes were red and their faces were ferocious. Screams, sounds of collisions, sounds of weapons clashing, curses, roars. The noise was so loud that it became a mess. Almost everyone in Tianji City woke up from their dreams with a start. Every single one of them was trembling in fear. The entire Tianji City seemed to be shaking. In an instant, the end of the world had arrived. Yi Shifeng stayed in the hall and felt his palms sweating. He muttered, "Where is the Elder Master? Where is our ancestor?" It was obvious that the Lan clan had come prepared this time, whereas the Yi clan had hastily accepted the challenge. The winner was obvious. At this moment, the only thing that could turn the tide was Yi Di's sudden appearance. No one else seemed to have such strength. Elder Master has gone to the Dharma Supreme to discuss some matters. Behind Yi Shifeng, Yi Shiyu quietly appeared and replied, "What should we do now? Elder is not around. We can't stop them." Yi Shifeng said anxiously, "If the person is snatched away, the Yi clan will be in trouble. With the tempers of Elders Feng and Yu, how could they suffer such a loss for no reason? If that happens, our Yi clan will really have yellow mud falling into our pants. Even if it's not shit, it will still be shit. What exactly is going on?" Yi Shiyu frowned and asked. At this moment, not only did Yi Shiyu lose his usual demeanor, he even displayed a calmness and magnanimity that Yi Shifeng definitely did not have. Calm in the face of change. However, Yi Shifeng was now in a state of panic. How could he still care about this? He anxiously explained the matter to Yi Shiyu as fast as he could. What? Yi Shiyu looked at his brother in shock. This information was given to you by Chu Yang? He had a look of disbelief on his face. What's wrong with that? Yi Shifeng said irritably. I bought it with real money. You pig! Yi Shiyu finally raged. Even if you believe a pig, don't believe Chu Yang. What are you thinking? You actually think that he is easy to bully, to tempt and bribe? Are you crazy? Even if you went to look for Lan Changa directly, it would be smarter than looking for Chu Yang. What's wrong? You seem to know something. Yi Shifeng was stunned and suddenly said angrily, You knew, but you didn't tell me? You just watched as I stepped into a trap? There was a loud explosion outside. It was unknown what kind of weapon had collided with each other. At this moment, there was an explosion of intense white light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth as if it was daytime. Under the illumination of the white light, Yi Shiyu could clearly see that Yi Shifeng's face, under the illumination of the white light, resembled a ferocious and dangerous beast that was about to devour its prey. Blood streaks appeared at the corners of Yi Shifeng's eyes as he glared fiercely at Yi Shifeng. Yi Shiyu's heart turned cold. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Tell you? Have you told me what you are doing? How would I know what you are going to do? How would I tell you? Yi Shiyu said angrily. Then tell me now, what exactly is the problem that I am looking for Chu Yang for? Yi Shifeng was slightly guilty. Why are you so stupid? Have you forgotten that day when you left Shuiyu restaurant? You sent Yi Kong and Yi Yin to kill Chu Yang? Have you forgotten? Yi Kong and Yi Yin are dead, but Chu Yang is still alive. Yi Kong and Yi Yin were killed after they were forced to confess. Yi Shiyu was almost roaring. In other words, that person already knew their motive and the mastermind behind it. That was why he killed them. Do you understand if I put it this way? Yi Shifeng finally turned pale with fright. You are saying that the person who killed Yi Kong and Yi Yin is Chu Yang? He then shook his head violently. This is impossible. Chu Yang's cultivation level can be seen at a glance. He is obviously a first-grade martial monarch. Although he can be considered a genius, how could he have the ability to kill an 8th-grade martial monarch? If Chu Yang can't do it, why can't others? Can Chu Yang's helpers do it? Have you seen Chu Yang with helpers? You haven't, right? I haven't seen it either. But Chu Yang definitely wouldn't dare to come to Tianji City alone. Along the way, he has killed countless playboys. How can a first-grade martial monarch do it without an expert accompanying him? Can he? Can't you use your brain for a bit? Yi Shiyu was speechless. He said furiously, Also, that day at Shuiyu restaurant, when Chu Yang mentioned that Wu Xian was injured, you were there too, right? Why did you give in? Didn't Chu Yang have something on you? If he knew that those two people were from the Yi clan, wouldn't he know that you were the one who sent them? Why are you so foolish? Yi Shifeng was dumbstruck. He was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Yes, I should have thought of it earlier. Also, Wu Xian was injured that night. Furthermore, it was Yi Kong and Yi Yin who fought. Why? Could it be that she was on the same path as Chu Yang? In other words, behind Chu Yang are the elders Feng and you? That day, was it a trap? Is it possible? You have such a huge feud with Chu Yang, yet you still tried to bribe him and buy information from him. I really don't know what to say about you. TSK, if he didn't trick you, who else would he trick? Yi Shiyu stomped his feet and sighed heavily. So it's like this. Yi Shifeng mumbled. Suddenly, his gaze became ferocious. He grabbed Yi Shiyu's collar and gritted his teeth. You knew it earlier, but you didn't say anything. You purposely wanted to drag me down, right? Isn't that right? Yi Shiyu allowed his collar to be grabbed by Yi Shifeng. However, he did not get angry and did not struggle. He only looked at Yi Shifeng with a pair of sorrowful eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Even though he knew that it was useless, he still explained, "I only suspected these things. I didn't dare to say it because I was afraid that you would create more trouble for Chuyang. Did you realize that I have been avoiding him all this while? I have been telling you not to get too close to Chuyang? As for the last few points, I only thought of them after I found out about what you did," Yi Shiyu said sorrowfully and dishearteningly. Yi Shifeng, what a talent! Yi Shifeng looked up to the sky and laughed. His rough face was filled with anger and malevolence. "You have been pretending to be a transvestite for so many years. Who would have thought that you, Third Master Yi, would be able to trick your own brother with such ease and familiarity? You have been looking forward to this plan for a long time, right? Ha ha ha." The sorrow in Yi Shiyu's eyes deepened. However, he bit his lips and did not say anything. He knew that with Yi Shifeng's current mental state, it was useless to say anything. In fact, what he had just said and explained was completely unnecessary. Yi Shifeng was close to madness. Outside, saber light, sword chi, and lightning flashed unceasingly. Miserable screams and the sounds of battle rose and fell one after another. However, the two brothers in the hall did not care. Each of them stared fixedly at the other. Both of their eyes were filled with fury. However, Yi Shifeng's rage was fueled by despair, coupled with a deep hatred towards Yi Shiyu. However, although Yi Shiyu's face was also filled with rage, there was also a sense of sadness in it. That was complete despair towards kinship. Kinship was ultimately not as attractive as power. That was his second brother, his biological brother. Brothers from the same mother. Ah. And now he was treating him so unreasonably. The two of them stared at each other like fighting cocks. At this moment, there was another earth-shattering sound outside. A majestic voice shouted, "Rush in! Get that person out of there! This person, we want him!" Both sides who were still fighting were shocked. The people who came were from the Shao clan. Furthermore, it was obvious that they were well prepared. More than 100 people rushed over as fast as lightning. The people from the Lan clan and Yi clan, who bore the brunt of the impact, were swaying left and right. Chapter 10:26. When the Shao clan heard that, they realized that the Lan clan was actually asking the Yi clan for the person. Therefore, everyone in the Shao clan was shocked. So this person had already landed in the hands of the Yi clan? The Yi clan was really impressive. They actually managed to get the person from the Zhuge clan's base camp without anyone knowing. Damn it, if the elders hadn't bought that piece of news, they would probably have been kept in the dark. The heavens are really fair, allowing us to obtain such crucial news at such a crucial moment. Seeing how intense the battle between the Yi clan and the Lan clan was, the Shao clan could take advantage of it. With a command, the Shao clan rushed over fiercely. If the person was still in the Zhuge clan's secret prison, this matter would probably take a lot of effort. But since the person was already in the hands of the Yi clan, it was under their nose. It was rare for the Lan clan to make a move now. The battle was so intense that the Yi clan had already expended a lot of their battle power. If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Once Yi Di returned, everything would be troublesome. Therefore, the people of the Shao clan shouted and rushed over impatiently. Instantly, the battle became even more intense. The three parties fought against each other, no one giving in to the other. Everyone's eyes were red. Lan clan. This is an opportunity that belongs to the Lan clan. Whoever gets Wu Qianshan will gain the friendship of Elders Feng and you. How can we give up such a good opportunity? So fight. Yi clan. No matter who gets her, we will be the scapegoat. No matter what, we must protect Wu Qianshan from being snatched away. So the only way is to kill. Shao clan. With the Divine Tribe Elder, the Shao clan can enjoy the huge resources of the 3 Stars Divine Tribe. Their strength will be much higher than the other 8 clans. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. How can we let it go? The treasures of 3 clans. So fight. The 3 clans each had their own ideas, their own plans, their own ulterior motives, and their own blood-soaked battles. How could this situation be so chaotic? The battle became more and more intense. There was definitely more than one clan that had the same idea as the Shao clan. Another long laugh sounded. How lively! The Ling clan shall join in the fun too. Charge! Get the person out. Then, under the night sky, a snow-white robe with a silver longsword appeared. It was as if an ancient glacier had descended upon the world. It flew over like a shooting star, and in just an instant it had joined the battle. Schwa, schwa, schwa. The hissing sounds of sword chi could be heard. The people from the Ling family had also come. The Ling clan had the same thoughts as the Shao clan. Seeing that the Shao clan had made a move, they were afraid that the Shao clan would take advantage of them. The leader was also a decisive person. He made a prompt decision and joined the battle. Then he roared, "How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Charge in and get him out." Then he roared, "Haha, how lively! However, the person must be from the Sher clan." The Sher family also came. After a short while, another figure appeared. With such a great situation, how can the Li clan be willing to be left out? At the same time, another loud shout rang out, "Our Qin family is here too!" The chaos of the scene was already indescribable. The 8 super clans were fighting fiercely here. All the people participating in the battle could no longer tell who their opponents were. In any case, as long as they were not wearing the same clothes as themselves, they would go up and fight. One moment, they were fighting with the Shao clan. The next moment, they were fighting with the Ling clan. The next moment, they were facing the sword of the Ling clan. The chaos of the battle was simply indescribable. As the ground continued to shake, countless houses collapsed with a rumble. Countless people climbed out of the ruins in a sorry state, trembling as they stood. They could still feel the shaking under their feet. Who knew when the ground would suddenly protrude out of nowhere and lift them up into the air? Who knew when a huge pit would suddenly appear in the ground and they would fall into it? If it was a martial artist, it would be fine. But ordinary people would be in big trouble. At this point, only the Chun clan, Shao clan, Sher clan, Ling clan, Qin clan, Li clan, and other clans that came later were left. The goal of this clan was clear, to get the elder of the 3 stars divine clan, and they were determined to get it. As for the Yi clan and Lan clan, who were the first to get involved in the battle, besides being furious, they could not help but feel strange and aggrieved. "We are snatching, Wuxian. What are you snatching? What does this have to do with you few clans? Damn it, why are you here to join in the fun?" When did this kind of news become so common? A figure in a long linen robe came from afar. From afar, a voice that was close to vomiting blood could be heard. "What's going on? What's going on? I say, why are you guys fighting in our Zhuge clan? You bunch of bastards. You're really going to anger me to death." The people of the Zhuge clan had come. The leader was, of course, the 2nd grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu. This old man was already so angry that he was foaming at the mouth anxiously. He could not help but be anxious. If they continued fighting, the Zhuge clan would be destroyed. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Zhuge Hutu opened his arms and shouted like a thunderbolt. But they were all from big clans and were used to being domineering. Who cared about who? Do I have to stop fighting just because you say so? How shameful would that be? Besides, each clan had already lost people and seen blood. The Yi clan and Lan clan had the most casualties. Dozens of people from each clan had already died, and most of them were martial saint experts. Such experts had great potential, but in today's battle, so many of them had died here. This was simply a great feud. Yi clan and Lan clan even had 1st and 2nd grade supreme martial artists who were seriously injured. Everyone was already enraged. How could Juga Hutu persuade them? Juga Hutu persuaded this and that. He was so anxious that his hands were shaking crazily like chicken claws, but it was completely useless. In the end, Juga Hutu was also anxious. In a flash, he entered the battle circle. He grabbed one and threw him out. He grabbed another and threw him out again. He didn't dare to kill, but he dared to grab people. He reached out and grabbed, and the person he grabbed lost all resistance. Then he was flung away, flailing his arms and legs. The people of the Juga clan at the periphery were catching them. One after another came out. They did not dare to enter. Once they entered, the big clans would definitely be in a mess. At such a delicate moment, who would believe that they were only here to stop the fight? Maybe the Juga clan was here to take advantage of the situation? At the same time, the people of the Chen clan, Li clan, and Shi clan were all secretly happy. These Juga clan idiots, they actually did not know that the person they were guarding had already been lost. Hence, everyone was even more unwilling to say anything. They were secretly making a fortune. Juga Shanyan was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He was still confused. Why were these people fighting? Listening to their conversation, it seemed like they were snatching people, but this was even more strange, because it seemed like the only person who could make them fight was that elder of the divine clan. But that elder was still in the secret prison of his clan. He had just gone to take a look in the afternoon. That place was not only extremely secretive, but also heavily guarded. It would definitely not be stolen out. Then who were they snatching? Who was worthy of such a fight? No one noticed that amidst the chaos, a black figure had stepped into the battle in an extremely faintly discernible manner. In this chaotic place he wandered and drifted, just like a group of formless ghosts. This person's face was cold, his eyes were sharp, and his figure was thin. He looked no different from the ordinary people of the martial world. While everyone's eyes were red from the killing, this person's eyes were extremely calm. In a place filled with dust, it was as if he was strolling in the clouds, free and easy. He was like an extremely dangerous cobra, calmly looking for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. The chance was here. Finally, the black shadow flashed and turned into a residual shadow. With a swoosh, the Shao clan master who bought the information from Chu Yang was stabbed in the back. With a loud roar, he fell forward in disbelief. Fifth young master. Someone at the side roared loudly. He stared at the black-clothed man with eyes that were about to split open. Then he shouted with blood dripping from every word, "Yi clan's people!" That person snorted. "Are all people in black from the Yi clan? Ridiculous! You're still denying it. I'll kill you!" This expert of the Shao clan rushed over angrily. In such a fierce battle, although everyone was crazy, they still knew what to do. Fighting and killing were fine, but they could never kill the important figures of the other party. For example, the young disciples who came to participate in the medicine banquet to gain experience. So, although the few young masters were in a fight, they were still safe and sound. But no one expected that this person in black from the Yi clan would make the first move and kill the young master of the Shao clan. This enmity was really big. In addition, the Yi clan and the Shao clan had a deep feud to begin with. In the incident in the southeast, both sides lost many people. Everyone had a knot in their hearts. Now that such a thing happened, how could they hold back their emotions? Instantly, both clans went crazy. The Shao clan went crazy first, and the Yi clan had no choice but to follow suit. The battle became more and more brutal. When the black-clothed man saw the expert of the Shao clan rushing over, his body flashed, and he quickly retreated, dodging the blade and sword shadows. His body twisted a few times, and like a fish swimming in water, he skillfully dodged the countless blades, swords, fists, and palms that were coming at him from all directions. He almost brushed past the blade and the tip of the sword, but he was still a step too late. With a chi sound, his lapel was torn apart by a sword. Although his bones and muscles were not injured, with a pa sound a token fell down. Aya. He screamed and wanted to pick up the waste token, but the people of the Shao clan had already surrounded him. If he bent down, he would be chopped into minced meat in an instant. Helpless, he could only dodge. With a swoosh, he flashed into the hall of the Yi clan. A Shao clan expert picked up the waste token with the tip of his sword. A few words were carved on it. #1 clan in the world. Behind it was a name, Yi Chenglong, the unique waste token of the Yi clan. This waste token was the symbol of the Yi clan's power. Chapter 10:27. They are indeed from the Yi clan. The Yi clan killed our 5th young master. The expert from the Shao clan cried out in grief. Bullshit. What do you mean by our Yi clan did it? Your 5th young master has been right in front of my eyes for a few times. If you wanted to kill him, you would have done so long ago. An elder from the Yi clan retorted. 5th young master is already dead. He died right in front of your eyes. He died in the hands of your people. How dare the Yi clan deny it? Yi clan, what kind of heroes are you if you don't dare to admit what you have done? The 4 or 5 saint-level experts of the Shao clan cried out in grief and indignation as they followed closely behind the black-robed man. They did not even care about the swords on their bodies as they followed the black-robed man into the main hall of peaceful Jade Lake. At this moment in the hall, Yi Shiyu had already broken free from Yi Shifeng. The 2 brothers glared at each other angrily. They were about to fight. Suddenly, a black figure rushed in. The 2 of them turned around at the same time. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be from the Shao clan. Just as he was about to ask, he saw that person panicking. With a schwa sound, he hid behind a screen. At the same time, he shouted, "Young masters, quickly leave. The Shao clan's people are rushing in." The 2 of them were shocked. Yi Shiyu was the quickest to react. He jumped out of the window and entered the battlefield. Yi Shifeng hesitated for a while and said, "What happened? How dare the Shao clan rush in? This is just a fight over one person. How could—" Before he finished his sentence, 4 or 5 martial saints from the Shao clan had rushed in. They broke through the wall with their bodies. Smoke and dust filled the air. They came in from 3 directions at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the man in black had disappeared. Only the 2nd young master of the Yi clan, Yi Shifeng, was left in the hall. Suddenly a thought came to their mind. "Since you killed our young master, we will kill your young master too. After all, we are the personal bodyguards of the 5th young master. If the 5th young master dies, we will not be able to live either. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is a win." At this moment, a few people from the Yi clan who knew that things were not going well had rushed in as well. A few people from the Shao clan looked at each other. Without hesitation, they laughed sinisterly and attacked Yi Shifeng at the same time. They attacked with swords, sabers, fists, and palms. They did not even try to dodge the swords, sabers, fists, and palms. The few Yi clan members who had rushed over from behind were furious. At the same time he roared, "Don't!" He rushed forward with no regard for his life, but it was already too late. Yi Shifeng roared, "How dare you!" But before he could finish speaking, he was struck. These people were all 5th grade martial saints and above. How great was the power of their combined attack! Yi Shifeng only managed to utter 3 words before he was attacked by the 5 of them. With a loud bang, his entire body collapsed. Disbelief and disbelief flashed in his eyes as he slowly collapsed. Even in death, he refused to believe that the Shao clan actually dared to kill him. He had killed him, the direct descendant of the Yi clan, the 2nd-ranked duke. Were they not afraid that the 2 families would fight to the death? One of the Shao clan's experts sneered. He slashed Yi Shifeng's corpse into 2 halves and said ferociously, "I don't dare!" Another slash. "I don't dare!" "Fuck you!" Behind him, A few of the Yi clan's experts had already rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. More than 10 of them were fighting in the hall. The Shao clan's people were already at the end of their rope. They were at a disadvantage, but they were not afraid. They fought fiercely and fought to the death. Outside, one of the experts from the Yi clan who was about to rush and saw Yi Shifeng's head rolling on the ground. He could not help but yell in fear, "Not good! Second young master has been killed by the Shao clan." This roar was like thunder that came out of nowhere. The Yi clan's people were in a mess and became even more frenzied. An old roar could be heard, and a figure flew out from peaceful Jade Lake. It was the Yi clan's expert, the one who had warned Yi Shifeng previously. He did not participate in the fight because of his status. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, his favorite great-grandson would die. How could he not be angry? "Shao clan, you've gone too far!" He roared and rushed into the battle. He raised his hand and smashed the head of a martial sage from the Shao clan. He roared, "You're forcing me to kill! Start a massacre? You're not worthy. One of your great-grandsons is dead. One of my great-grandsons is dead too. You actually got angry first. Very good, haha, very good. The people of the Yi clan are indeed unreasonable." A sinister laughter could be heard, and a green figure appeared in front of him. His eyes were filled with disdain. The 2 old ancestors roared and started to fight with each other. The Shao clan and Yi clan's people were completely crazy. The atmosphere was boiling, and they started to kill each other. In an instant, the battle cries filled the air. From afar, a few figures flew over anxiously from different directions. In the hall of the Yi clan, a hole appeared on the wall behind the screen. The man in black, who was originally hiding there, had disappeared without a trace. Only a few people from the Shao clan and Yi clan were left fighting. The black figure flashed like a ghost and quickly came to the door of Yi Shifeng's room. He knocked on the door and said in a low voice, "The situation outside is not good. The elder said to bring this girl away first. Otherwise, it will be really bad." Inside, there were 2 4th-grade martial saints guarding Wu Qianshan. The 2 of them were already flustered when they heard the battle cries outside. At this moment, when they heard this voice, it was as if they had just woken up from a dream. It was as if they had found their backbone. Under such circumstances, how could they have the time to distinguish whether this news was true or false? They walked towards the bed. They wanted to carry Wu Qianshan and leave with the person who came. The 2 of them had already checked before this. This Wu Xian was indeed under the influence of the drug. Although she was conscious now, she did not have the strength to move at all. Therefore, she was not prepared at all. Just as they walked to the bed, they saw Wu Qianshan's eyes suddenly open. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, the blanket covering Wu Qianshan suddenly broke into pieces. The next moment, Wu Qianshan's hand lit up with a dazzling saber radiance. She slashed out at lightning speed and ruthlessly slashed the necks of the 2 martial saints who were close to her. The 2 of them were already flustered and unprepared. Who would have thought that this Wu Xian, who was under the influence of the drug and had been lying motionless like a fish on a chopping block, would suddenly attack? The saber radiance suddenly appeared, and they were instantly hit. The person on the left did not even have time to make a sound before his head flew out. It was only when his head hit the ceiling that he subconsciously put his hands into a defensive position. The person on the right reacted faster. In the face of danger, he tilted his head. He actually clamped the blade of the saber tightly. However, the saber had already sliced off 1/3 of his neck. Then Wu Qianshan's 2 legs flew up consecutively. Pung, pung, pung. She consecutively kicked his chest more than 10 times. The last kick was ruthlessly on his chin. He actually let out a loud roar and staggered backwards. A pillar of blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. He spat out blood crazily, but he actually did not die immediately. The room door suddenly opened. A black figure flew in like a flash of lightning. This person could no longer speak. His vision was blurry. When he saw the black figure, he thought that it was one of them. He covered his neck with both hands. He pointed at Wu Qianqian. She, that person laughed coldly and his sword flashed. He ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. Then he swung his sword. A human head flew into the air. Then the black figure pulled Wu Qianqian's hand. Let's go quickly. Your teacher is coming. Wu Qianqian smiled slightly. Her face revealed a satisfied expression. She took out a mask to cover her face and allowed that person to hold her hand. The two of them moved quickly. They went out from the window and quietly arrived at the bottom of the dilapidated wall. The two of them looked at each other and then sped up at the same time. Pung, pung, pung. They knocked down a few experts who were fighting here. The two of them were like a pair of shooting stars, disappearing with a swoosh. This black figure was, of course, Chuyang. Ever since that night when Yi Shifeng wanted to kill him at Shuiyu restaurant, Chuyang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Just because Chuyang and Yi Shiyu were at loggerheads, or in another way, he actually wanted to take Chu Yang's life. One had to know that Chuyang would never kill Yi Shiyu at that time. Even in the big clans, he would not personally kill the male offspring of any clan before they were fully grown. That was no different from digging one's own grave. Yi Shifeng was also clear about this point. But Yi Shifeng wanted to take Chu Yang's life at that time. Therefore, no matter what, Chuyang would not allow him to continue living. If he had to kill, he would kill. Chuyang was decisive. Chuyang would never keep a scourge who wanted to kill him by his side. Now that there was such an opportunity, he would definitely get rid of him, no matter what method he used. Now that Yi Shifeng was dead, the Shao clan and the Yi clan had become mortal enemies. Chuyang naturally had to drag Wu Qianqian along. If Elders Feng and Yu rescued Wu Qianqian, then things would not be fun. Just after Chuyang and Wu Qianqian left, a white figure came from afar, as fast as the wind. Before the person arrived, a thunderous roar was heard. "All of you, stop!" This shout was truly earth-shattering, and water flowing backward. The roar was filled with endless anger. Everyone who was fighting on the ground felt their ears buzzing and their heads spinning. The buildings within a radius of more than 10 miles all collapsed with a loud boom. Some of the weaker cultivators were even shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. They were almost shaken to death. The person who came was dressed in white, with a handsome face and an elegant figure. He was one of the 5 untouchables, Yu Lingxue. When he received the news, he immediately returned to Jiaxiu Building. After circling around Jiaxiu Building, he immediately came here again. After hurrying, he finally made it in time for the battle. Zhuge Hutu tried his best, but did not succeed in getting everyone to stop. Now that Yu Lingxue roared, everyone actually stopped in unison. Chapter 10:28. Once Yu Lingxue said this, most of the people present were stunned, especially the Shao clan, Shi clan, and other big clans. They were all stunned. What did this have to do with Yu Lingxue's disciple? Why did Yu Lingxue suddenly ask for a disciple? It couldn't be that the elder of the 3 Stars Divine clan was Yu Lingxue's disciple, right? The people of the Yi clan were stunned. In their hearts, Wu Xian was still in their peaceful jade lake. Now that the house had collapsed, did she die? The people of the Lan clan were suddenly energized. Lan Changa stepped forward and said, "Senior, the people of the Yi clan used despicable means to kidnap Wu Xian and wanted to do something bad. Coincidentally, the Lan clan saw it. No matter what, the Lan clan has a deep friendship with you. Hence, we acted bravely and chased after them. However, the people of the Yi clan were shameless and held Wu Xian and refused to hand her over. Hence, we fought with them." As Yu Lingxue left first, he didn't know the whole story. He nodded and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, a white figure came from afar. It was Feng Yuro. She arrived with her voice and landed beside Yu Lingxue. She gave Lan Changa a big slap and sent him flying into the air. He spun 50 rounds in the air and didn't fall down. Roa, what are you? Yu Lingxue looked at his angry wife. This is the evil plan of the Lan clan. They wanted to kidnap Qian Qian first, and then force Lan Muxiue to hold the two of us back. Then, they framed the Yi clan and snatched Qian Qian away. However, they couldn't detoxify the poison. Then, this guy used sexual intercourse to detoxify the poison so that we couldn't blame him. This is all done by the Lan clan. Feng Yuro was trembling with anger. She said hatefully, "This is the people we trusted. This is the friendship between us and the Lan clan. We are really blind." Until she finished speaking, Lan Changa's body fell to the ground with a loud thud and fainted. Yu Lingxue was trembling with anger. His handsome face was also pale with anger. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the people of the Lan clan with a sharp gaze. Is this true? The experts of the Lan clan looked as if they were struck by lightning. They all avoided his gaze. Seeing such a situation, how could Yu Lingxue not understand the truth of the matter? It was the female senior who fought with us that day who told us. How could it be fake? Feng Yuro's words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Yu Lingxue threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with grief and indignation. What a great Lan clan! What a good Lan Muxiue! What a great show of affection! Treating us like fools, ha ha ha! Good, good, good! When he said the last 3 good, his face was already filled with a murderous aura. Every word was spoken with a pause, and the murderous intent in his voice made one's hair stand on end. The other clans sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that this matter was not that? Instead, it was a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, each of them felt so depressed that they wanted to die. He couldn't help but want to retreat. All of you, stand still. Who moved? Who's going to die? Yu Lingxue's words were like spring thunder as he roared. Immediately, everyone froze on the spot as if they had been hit by the body-fixing technique. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even dare to tremble. What if he trembled and Yu Lingxue thought that he had moved? Wouldn't he die in vain? Yu Lingxue was already unable to restrain his anger. Such a gentle and carefree person actually blurted out the word old. Lan clan, take a step forward. Yi clan, take a step forward. Yu Lingxue's eyes were slightly sharp as he ordered in a low voice. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. This time, it was the Yi clan's turn to feel relieved. Their grievances were finally redressed. At this moment, there was actually a feeling of dispersing the clouds and seeing the clear sky. They took a step forward happily. The Lan clan's people were much more helpless. They took a step forward slowly. Yu Lingxue glared and struck out his palms. Instantly, 2 7th-grade martial saints who were hesitating but didn't step forward were turned into 2 piles of minced meat without even making a sound. Yu Lingxue said coldly, "Too slow." This time, there was almost no need for urging. Everyone from the Lan clan took a big step forward very quickly. Yi clan, send someone to send my disciple out. Yu Lingxue ordered without turning back. Yes. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan responded excitedly. He instructed a martial saint expert behind him. Quickly go and invite Wu Xian out. Yes. The martial saint expert answered excitedly and ran in like a wisp of smoke. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan turned to Yu Lingxue and said somewhat charmingly, "Supreme Yu, ever since Wu Xian was sent to us by the Lan clan, we have seen through the Lan clan's evil scheme. We have been diligent in taking care of Wu Xian and have never dared to be disrespectful. Now Wu Xian is still safe and sound. This, I dare to use my life to guarantee to Supreme Yu." Okay. Yu Lingxue nodded slowly. Knowing that his brother was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expression on his face didn't soften, but became even more severe. Looking at the Lan clan, he asked, "Whose idea was this?" The Lan clan's people looked at each other. A few of them couldn't help but cast a glance at Lan Changa, who was unconscious on the ground. This small one's idea? Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and exerted a suction force. Lan Changa's body flew up and landed at his feet. Yu Lingxue gave him a kick. Lan Changa gave a horrible shriek and immediately woke up. Once he woke up, he cried out in fear. "I'm innocent," Yu Lingxue snorted coldly. He stretched out his finger and tapped on Lan Changa's body 3 times. Suddenly, on Lan Changa's body, although he was wearing clothes, one could still see that his whole body's muscles suddenly swelled up. Strips of green veins popped out like earthworms and then continued to bulge, roll, and entangle, the highest level of tendon dislocation technique. Lan Changa gave a horrible shriek that didn't sound like a human's voice and rolled around. However, after 2 cracking sounds, he opened his mouth and couldn't make any sound. Who did this? Yu Lingxue looked at Lan Changa, who was rolling on the ground indifferently, and asked indifferently. A man in green walked out from the Lan clan's camp in a flash and said proudly, "I was the one who abducted Wu Xian. The original plan was quite good. Who knew that it was a treacherous scheme to get rid of her? Since the matter has been exposed, I have nothing to say. I will use my life to atone for my sins to Supreme you. I hope, Supreme, you will not implicate other people." He said these words very quickly. After he finished, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his hand and slapped his own head. In an instant, his brain juice burst out. His body shook twice and fell to the ground. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Yu Lingxue smiled cruelly and said, "Did I let you die? How can it be so easy to die? Come back." Yu Lingxue suddenly shouted. His 2 hands kept making complicated gestures. Everyone could see with their own eyes that in the night sky, a cloud of hazy fog gradually took shape. Slowly, it became a little person the size of a finger. Everyone could see clearly that although the little person formed by the strange fog was small, his face and limbs were all intact. It was the face of the martial saint who had just committed suicide. At this moment, his face was full of horror. Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and held the little person in his palm. He said indifferently, "You actually want to die and reincarnate as a human? Since you have done such a thing, don't talk about being a human. I will make it so that you can't even be a ghost." Suddenly, purple gas appeared on his face. He clenched his 5 fingers and shouted, "Destroy both your body and soul." Suddenly, with a soft puff, the little person's body suddenly exploded and turned into a faint fog that drifted in the air. Godly soul. Yu Lingxue actually didn't even let off a dead person. He first condensed the godly soul and then shattered it. It was clear to see how furious he was. At this moment, Lan Changa, who was on the ground, didn't even have the strength to roll. Even on his head, a few green veins were bulging, as if a pile of strange lumps had grown on his head. His chin was forcefully torn apart by the green veins, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His tongue was even sticking out, and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. At this time, the Yi clan expert who went into Peaceful Jade Lake ran out with a panicked expression. Looking at him, it was obvious that he was panicking to the extreme. This kind of expert actually fell down the stairs with a plop sound. Not good, not good. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of fear and panic. His whole body was also trembling strangely, like an epileptic abscess. Wu Xian is gone. Gone? The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan, who had been smiling happily as he watched the Lan clan being punished, suddenly froze. Then he jumped up in anger and said, "How could it be gone?" Gone. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue was furious. He grabbed the supreme martial artist of the Yi clan by his collar and dragged him in front of himself. "Bastard! What about your promise? Don't tell me that you enjoyed watching the Lan clan play tricks on us, and now you want to play tricks on us too. No, no, no. I definitely didn't mean that. The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan was scared out of his wits. He saw the anger and anxiety in Yu Lingshue's eyes and knew that Yu Lingxue had reached the point where he could massacre the entire city if he didn't agree with him. He didn't dare to be negligent and explained hurriedly, Senior Yu, I was still here just now. I was still here. Oh, right. Was it already taken away by the Lan clan? Yu Lingxue let go of him and kicked Lan Changa's body. Immediately, he released Lan Changa's bone-splitting technique and kicked him up again. Yu Lingxue said angrily, Where is my disciple? Lan Changa heaved a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He said, I really don't know. I really don't know. This really wasn't done by us. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, repeatedly crying bitterly. Chapter 10:29. Since you don't know, then die. Yu Lingxue roared furiously and kicked Lan Changa far away. Lan Changa was torn into pieces in midair and blood rained down on the ground. He yelled furiously, Everyone who is here today will have a share. If you can't hand over my disciple, don't even think about living. Don't even think about living. Once this sentence came out, the faces of the Shao clan, Shi clan, and Li clan turned ashen. Damn it, they were really cheated this time. Everyone now knew that tonight's matter was completely a huge misunderstanding. In other words, they had been ruthlessly schemed against. Tonight, there was no such thing as divine clan elder. It was completely the Lan clan who kidnapped Yu Lingshue's disciple and framed the Yi clan. They just wanted to reduce one opponent. However, he and the others had stepped into this place in a daze. In the current situation, it was completely impossible for them to retreat. Yu Lingxue was obviously half crazy now. Who dared to move? When they thought about how their own clans had not only created a huge enmity, but also paid the price of the lives of dozens of experts for such a shameful matter that had nothing to do with them, they couldn't help but want to cry, but have no tears. What was this? Feng Yuro's light figure had already circled around peaceful Jade Lake like lightning. She came back and shook her head heavily. No. Yu Lingshue's face was gloomy. He only felt that his chest was about to explode. For more than 10,000 years, when had he and his wife ever suffered such humiliation? They were actually played in the palm of someone's hand. And the person who deceived them, framed them, and even wanted to continue using them was actually the Lan clan that both of them thought had a good relationship with them. This was a huge blow to the Moon Breeze couple. It was simply unimaginable. Their beloved disciple was missing. Not knowing her whereabouts made both of them even more furious. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Yu Lingxue had already flown back. In this muffled sound, each of the great clans had already lost one person. Each clan lost an 8th grade martial saint expert. The smell of blood filled the air. Everyone's face was filled with fear as they looked at Yu Lingxue in shock. This one of the 5 great clans that couldn't be provoked had obviously gone berserk. He actually started a massacre just like that. Yu Lingshue's face was gloomy. Standing in the middle of the field, he looked at them one by one with murderous eyes. He said coldly, I don't care if you are innocent or not. Since you are here today, your purpose is clear. You're just making use of my disciple to force me and my wife. That's all. Yu Lingxue said cruelly, You and I have never accepted any threats for more than 10,000 years. From now on, for every 3 breaths of time, as long as my disciple doesn't appear, then SSSS until all TI over SSS TTTTS TS for 10 STTSS question mark of of a view. Hint. Every time he said a sentence, his tone would become heavier. In the end, his voice and expression were stern. His voice was like thunder, and his words were like lightning that flashed across the sky. A supreme martial artist from the Shao clan said bravely, "Master Yu, we really did know about this. It's a misunderstanding. We were here too. Yu Lingxue didn't care." He raised 3 fingers and said, "3 breaths, time starts now. As long as my disciple appears, I will only pursue the culprit. If he doesn't, don't blame me for being merciless." He looked up at the sky and roared, "One." He bent 1 finger. There was a commotion in the crowd. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Who took Wu Xian away? It's better to hand him over quickly. Don't tell me you want everyone to die together." Once this person shouted, everyone agreed with him. At this moment, everyone didn't blame Yu Lingxue that much. If they were Yu Lingxue, they would probably explode even more fiercely than now. Not only was he deceived by someone he trusted, the only brother he was satisfied with was also missing. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone started cursing. Who was so wicked? It's fine if you want to die, but why did you have to drag us down? 2. Yu Lingxue roared angrily again and bent another finger. "Master Yu." An elder from the Shao clan said anxiously, "Master Yu, you said 3 breaths time. How can 1 breath's time pass so quickly? Master Yu, you're counting too fast." Yu Lingxue said coldly, "I'm talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Am I talking about 3 breaths time for supreme martial artists? Then wouldn't I have to wait here with you for 3 months? Where would I get so much free time?" Everyone was speechless. "So you're talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Supreme martial artists actually calculated time like this. I haven't killed for a long time. Looks like this world has forgotten me." Yu Lingxue laughed loudly and roared, "3! Do it!" Feng Yuro responded, "Wait." A supreme martial artist from the Shi clan shouted, "Master Yu! The Dharma Supreme is right here. Will Master, you leave some face for the Dharma Supreme?" Yu Lingxue smiled coldly. "Even if the Dharma Supreme is riding on your head now, I'll still kill whoever I want today. Dharma Supreme? Why should I give him face? If others don't give me face, why should others give me face? Kill!" Yu Lingxue ordered with hatred. Feng Yuro flew up lightly. Suddenly, thousands of rays of sword light shot out from her hand, surging forward like a river. The supreme martial artist who asked to give face to the Dharma Supreme was the first to be killed by Feng Yuro. His whole body was minced into meat paste. Then, the other 8 clans also lost a martial saint each. "Since you want face, I'll give you face. I'll let you die first." The atmosphere became even heavier. 1. Yu Lingxue raised his right hand and raised 3 fingers again. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Everyone was in an uproar. Some people had already started cursing in grief and indignation. Who abducted Wu Xian? Fuck your ancestors. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. How can you not dare to take responsibility for your actions? How can you just let others die for you here? Bastards without assholes. Bastards. Bastards. Hurry up and send Wu Xian out. Hurry up and come out. What's the use of capturing Wu Xian? Master, you will never accept threats. This bastard deserves to be hacked into pieces. Everyone, the people from the Zhuge clan were the most wronged. They were here to maintain order and to stop the fight. They were here to mediate, but they were pulled in unreasonably by Yu Lingxue, who then swiftly dealt them a fatal blow. There was no need to talk about this injustice. The crowd was in an uproar. Although they didn't dare to move, everyone's mouths weren't idle. One by one, they cursed and swore endlessly. 2. The murderous look on Yu Lingxue's face became more and more intense. "Hold on," a voice called out, Soon after, a few figures arrived with a whoosh. Acquaintances: Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Shi Jing, Li Xiangxi, Ling Fengyan, Qin Mengqi, Qing Chou. The 7 of them stood in front of his clan at the same time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Di's face. Master Yu, please calm down and calm down. Let's sort this out later, how about it? Master Yu, please give us some time on account of our clan. Yu Lingxue snorted and put down his hand. Yi Di, since you brought out your ancestors, I'll give you a chance. However, you have to understand one thing. That disciple of mine is a girl. You should know what girls are most afraid of. Yi Di hurriedly said, I know. Senior, don't worry. Murderous intent flashed across Yu Lingxue's eyes. If anything happens to you because of this period of time, I'll slaughter your Yi clan. Do you understand? Yi Di's eyes flashed with anger. He said, thank you for your time. You only have the time of an incense stick. Yu Lingxue put his hands behind his back and said, after 5 minutes, I want to see the result. If there's no result, there's no need for 3 breaths. Everyone here will be killed without mercy. After that, he walked out of the circle with Feng Euro. When they were about 7 to 8 feet away, they paid attention to this side. Yi Di and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly gathered their own people and quickly discussed and understood the situation. But when these second patriarchs saw their own clansmen dead or wounded, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts ached. These people were the elites of their respective clans. Now so many of them died here. Now that the Tribulation Swordmaster was about to kill his way to the upper 3 heavens, losing such strength was simply an unexpected disaster. Especially Xiao Sei and Yi Di of the Xiao clan, after hearing their subordinate's description. Both of them looked up and glanced at each other. This glance was full of meaning. Xiao Sei, your people killed my great-grandson. This is the rising star that our clan nurtured. Yi Di, your people also killed my great-grandson. This is the hope of the younger generation that our clan nurtured. However, it's obviously unwise to settle this score now. Following which, everyone quickly summarized the situation. After this summary, Xiao Sei, Shi Jing, Ling Fengyan, Li Xiangxi, Qin Mengqi, and Qing Chou almost fainted on the spot. If they really fought over the matter of the Saint Race's elders, then it would be excusable. However, the problem was not that. They had been fooled. There was no news at all. They didn't know what the wrong medicine was in their own clans. They actually fought for no reason. Until now, each of the 8 super clans had enmity with the other 7 clans. Besides offending Yu Lingxue and Feng Euro, they didn't gain anything other than anger. Even the reason was a joke. In the end, after a round of discussion, everyone came up with a path and a person's name. At this moment, it really entered the ears of these experts. Chu Yang. Chapter 1030. Chu Yang. The news of Yi Shifeng, Meng Sei, Xiao clan, Ling clan, and Shi clan were all obtained from Chu Yang. And Chu Yang had been in close contact with the Lan clan during this period of time. He drank with the 3rd son of the Lan clan, Lan Chang'e, every day. As a result, this led to today's incident. Who was Chu Yang? This name suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Although the upper 3 heavens was big, everyone was well informed. They were all influential figures. So everyone knew in their hearts that when this Chu guy suddenly popped out of nowhere, when this question was raised, everyone was confused. Who was he? How could he cause such heavy casualties among the big clans? Facing Yi Di's confused gaze, Yi Shiyu thought for a while and finally gave the 7th answer. Chu Yang. I met him during the battle at the Lake of Despair in the upper 3 heavens. He's a very capable and talented rising star. He has nothing in fights with his bare hands, but he can make all the big clans in the upper 3 heavens follow his lead. He is very loyal and affectionate. Furthermore, He is very straightforward and likable. Yi Shiyu's description was full of praises for Chu Yang. This made the other members of the Yi family very confused, and they were also very surprised. This made Yi Di's eyes flash as he listened to him. However, this person is also ruthless. Sometimes he will do anything to achieve his goals. All in all, if we were to evaluate this person, it would be that he is neither a good nor a bad person. He has his own principles and bottom line. It would be very blissful to be friends with such a person, but to be enemies with such a person, it would be very troublesome. Yi Shiyu smiled bitterly. In the upper three heavens, I did not take him seriously. But after coming to the upper three heavens, especially after coming to Tianji City, I realized that this person is not simple. For so many years, I have been teasing others. He is the only one who can disgust me. Yi Shiyu said the seventh part. Even in such a heavy atmosphere, people couldn't help but want to laugh. From the upper three heavens, and to be able to create such a huge storm, then this young man is not simple. Yi Di pondered and suddenly said, "This Chu Yang. Could it be the tribulation, Sword Master?" Yi Shiyu frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "I don't think so. According to my investigation, he had already entered the upper three heavens when Tribulation, Sword Master, caused the phenomenon in the sky." Yi Di replied with an "oh" and said, "Capture this Chu Yang when you have time. Let me see." The same question was repeated in the other big families, and the answers were mixed. Mang Se said, "I was the one who went to look for Chu Yang. He was in the Orchard Palace." Although Dream Say knew that he had been tricked, he had nothing to say about it. The other families also said the same thing. Who would dare to lie to the old ancestor? Naturally, he repeated what Chu Yang had told him. Hearing this, all the ancestors frowned deeply. Ching Cho said angrily, "If that's the case, you can't blame him." What he said was, "The Lan clan will definitely make a move tonight. And you, who went to scout for information, didn't even ask what kind of operation it was. Why did you fall in head first?" Everyone looked ashamed. They felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Yes, the Lan family would take action. Why did the Lan family take action? Why did they come? Wasn't it because of that elder of the divine clan? Therefore, everyone naturally thought that the Lan family must have initiated such an operation to snatch the elder of the divine clan. Naturally, everyone followed suit. Who would have thought that this operation wasn't that operation? At such a critical juncture, the Lan family actually came up with such an operation. Therefore, everyone followed suit. Therefore, everyone fell into the trap together. Everyone died together. Everyone felt aggrieved together. Everyone was wrong together. This meant that they couldn't take revenge even though they had been tricked. At the very least, they couldn't take revenge openly, because what the other party said was the truth. It was just that they had misunderstood. This was a misconception in their thinking. And Chu Yang, he had made use of the preconceived notions of the big families. He had artificially created a misconception in their thinking and made them unable to say anything. Yes, you came to me to ask about the Lan family's operation, and what I gave you was indeed the news of the Lan family's operation. And the Lan family had indeed taken action within the time period that I mentioned. What are you blaming me for? If this matter itself was a conspiracy by the Lan family against the big families, then so be it. Chu Yang could still be considered an accomplice. But the Lan family was only targeting the Yi family, and the current situation was that the Lan family had gone for wool and come home shorn. They were the family that had suffered the most losses. Accomplice, that was even more out of the question. This discovery made the second grandmasters of the big families even more aggrieved and gloomy. Damn it, how could there be such a thing? Shi Jing, who was a little hot-tempered, couldn't help but curse. You bought real news with real money, but you were really tricked. Spending money to buy your own willingness to be tricked, you guys are really something. The second grandmasters, who finally knew the truth of the matter, looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It would be fine if only one family said so, but it just so happened that all the big families said so. For a moment, there was a doubt. Did Chu Yang deliberately set up a trap, or did he not know at all? Everyone discussed for a while and felt that the possibility of it being a trap was close to success, but the possibility of him not knowing was only 40%. No matter what, he couldn't escape. Chu Yang. At this moment, this name was engraved in the minds of all the powerful people. Taking revenge in the open would only make people think that this big family was petty. It was an open deal, but after suffering a loss, they actually wanted to take revenge. It was simply unreasonable. But in the dark, Chu Yang was probably in a lot of trouble. On the other side, Yu Lingxue said impatiently, "Have you all finished discussing? I want my disciple now." Yi Di and the rest hurriedly asked about Wu Qianqian, and the more they heard, the more they felt troubled. What exactly was going on? Why was it getting more and more confusing? Quickly go and find her. The few grandmasters ordered at the same time. Time passed bit by bit, and the people kept coming back, bringing back the same answer: nothing. Yu Lingxue's brows were tightly knitted, and the murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he let out a long roar. "Enough! Are you all done acting? Do you really want to force me to go on a killing spree?" At this moment, a faint voice said, "Brother Yu, you can't say things like going on a killing spree so casually." The voice was very indifferent, but it was full of supreme majesty. There was a burst of mist in the space in front, and a man in black suddenly appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his black hair parted, and he looked at everyone with indifference and arrogance. Dharma Supreme? Yu Lingxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "You want to stop me from going on a killing spree?" The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "At least when I'm here. You have to give me some face, okay?" Yu Lingxue shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "No. No." The Dharma Supreme's eyes were warm. His voice was gentle, but a huge force came from nowhere. He said indifferently, "We've known each other for more than 10,000 years. I'm just asking for some face from my old brother, and you're not going to give it?" Yu Lingxue shook his head slightly and said, "It's indeed not good." He raised his head slightly, his eyes sharp. Looking at the Dharma Supreme, he said softly but firmly, "You and I have different paths." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Moon Breeze couple and the Dharma Supreme had finally shed all pretense of cordiality today, not even giving him face. Even more clearly, in front of everyone in the big clans, he said this sentence again: "You and I have different paths." This sentence had been said at the city gate back then, but at that time, Yu Lingxue had come to inform them. Before the battle, inform first, and then have a proper battle. This was the rule of the martial world, the greatest respect to one's opponent. So at that time, they didn't think much of it. But now, when the Dharma Supreme asked for some face and said the sentence again, it was a ruthless and merciless falling out. Although Yu Lingxue was angry because of his brother saying such words and doing such a thing at this moment, undoubtedly it was a little too much. Murderous intent flashed in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Then he put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. However, everyone could clearly sense that the aura of a sovereign that descended from the heavens had become a little more intense. The next moment, just like that, he walked down step by step from the air as if he was stepping on the stairs. Everyone saw that the Dharma Supreme was still in the air, but the next moment he was already standing on the ground. However, everyone could clearly feel that the Dharma Supreme was still slowly walking down step by step. The contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness in the same action had an unparalleled visual impact on everyone. Many of the people present were utmost exalted level cultivators. However, even they were mistaken. Yu Lingxue's pupils shrank slightly. He said indifferently, Dharma Supreme, your lawful embodiment of heaven and earth has improved again. The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back. Brother Yu is right. I was lucky to have improved again. Brother Yu, don't tell me that you want to fight with me now. You and your wife are the people I don't want to be enemies with the most in this world. He sighed softly. It's not because of your martial skills, but because of our 10,000 years of friendship. He shook his head, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance, but there was an eerie coldness. I don't want to destroy that friendship. Feng Yuro looked at the Dharma Supreme warily. She moved slightly closer to her husband. In fact, with their cultivations and special cultivation techniques, they could transmit their cultivations to each other even if they were hundreds of feet apart, let alone close to each other. But for some reason, when the Dharma Supreme appeared this time, Feng Yuro actually had a feeling that he could separate her from her husband. She couldn't help but take a step forward. Yu Lingxue was silent for a moment. Then he smiled indifferently. Actually, on the day I left Law Enforcement City, you should have known that our friendship is no longer there. Chapter 1031. Yu Lingxue smiled suavely. If the Dharma Supreme insists on stopping me from doing things, then I have such intentions. The Dharma Supreme smiled. Actually, I understand what you mean. Although the Lan clan has offended you this time, you are also using this as a pretext to make a fuss. You want to use this as a reason to destroy my plan of nourishing the heavens in advance. Yu Lingxue was silent for a moment before he said, You are going against the heavens to nourish the heavens. It will never succeed. The mission of the law enforcement officers for 100,000 years is not something that you alone can change. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. Whether it can be done or not depends on your ability. Yu Lingxue said dully yes. Come. The Dharma Supreme did not move, but at this moment he gave off the feeling that he was 100,000 feet tall, looking down on all living things. He said indifferently, I invite you and your wife to battle with me, a battle to settle all enmity, a battle to decide the fate of the 7th Division, a battle to be merciless, a battle to decide life and death. Yu Lingxue looked up and laughed. That's right, a battle to be merciless, a battle to decide life and death. Dharma Supreme, since you want to decide life and death, then we will sacrifice our lives to accompany you today. Feng Yuro let out a clear whistle and unsheathed her sword. The Dharma Supreme was still smiling indifferently. Let's battle. His hands, which were behind his back, finally lowered slowly. Then he raised them gently, his black robes fluttering. With a stretch of his hand, he made an inviting gesture. Come and battle. It was such a gesture that suddenly the entire night sky, the entire heaven and earth, was filled with a deathly invitation. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme had already merged his body with the heaven and earth. At this moment, he was the heaven and earth. When he attacked, the heavens moved. When he retreated, the earth fled. No matter who it was, if they attacked him at this moment, it would be as if they were battling the heaven and earth at the same time. How could a person win against the heavens? Although the Dharma Supreme spoke indifferently, his heart was already filled with murderous intent. He wanted to unleash his greatest power in the shortest time possible to defeat or kill the Feng and Yu couple. If he could do it, then his prestige in the heavens would be even greater. He would completely suppress Ning Tianya's 7th Division and Buluqing. Moreover, the invincible state of mind belonging to the strong would be even stronger. If he won this battle, he would even have the confidence to fight against Ning Tianya and Buluqing at the same time. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It was heart-tempering. The bigger your heart, the stronger your cultivation. A person who often wins and a person who often loses have a different mindset. The Dharma Supreme often won, but what he needed more was a victory against two pinnacle experts at the same time. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro straightened their bodies at the same time and said indifferently, "Please." The husband and wife's eyes were sharp and firm, and an abundant aura soared into the sky, with the determination to go forward without turning back. It collided with the Dharma Supreme's aura that had merged with the heavens and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. In the cold winter night, with a boom, the wind and clouds scattered in all directions, revealing the entire deep night sky. Stars twinkled. With such momentum, even ED and the others couldn't help but take a big step back. The three auras intertwined together. If these three people wanted to fight as long as they made a move, in this world, there was probably no one who could separate the three of them. No one would have thought that the Moon Breeze couple would have reached the point where the Dharma Supreme had no choice but to fight so early. Everyone in the Zhuge clan had complicated expressions. They hoped that the Dharma Supreme would make a move and destroy the Moon Breeze couple, but also hoped that they wouldn't fight. No matter who won or lost this battle, even if the Moon Breeze couple died, or if the three of them perished together. But the Zhuge clan's base was destined to be gone. The crowd watched with bated breaths. Watching this battle of the pinnacle that was about to begin, it looked like these three pinnacle experts were going to fight together. Suddenly, swoosh, a sharp sword aura cut across the sky. This sword aura was bright and dazzling and actually lit up the whole world in an instant. Even if the scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky, it wouldn't be as bright as this. The source of this sword aura was actually 10,000 feet away. Just like that, it came over in such a majestic manner, as if it had split the whole night sky into two halves. A voice said indifferently, "Dharma Supreme, if you make a move today, I also want to try your divine embodiment of heaven and earth." He laughed hoarsely and said indifferently, "I don't know if the divine embodiment of heaven and earth is better, or if my merciful sword is unique." Buluching. Everyone was shocked. This supreme martial artist actually chose to make a move at such a time. Moreover, his stance was obviously on the side of supreme martial artist Feng and Moon. The Dharma Supreme's gaze froze. He said indifferently, "Brother Bu, why do you have to do this?" The aura and state of mind that he had accumulated to the peak were completely shattered by Bu Liuqing's words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is it because he didn't come out to help me that I can't do this? No need to do this. From afar, Bu Liuqing's voice said indifferently, "Even you can't hold it in and want to make a move. My composure is weaker than yours." The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. "Brother Bu, if I don't make a move, everyone here will be killed by the Moon Breeze couple." As he spoke, his aura was slowly dissipating. He knew that with Buluching here and with such an attitude, he was destined to not be able to fight this battle. The Dharma Supreme might not care about Buluching now. However, the problem was that Buluching and Ning Tianya were one and the same. Offending Buluching was equivalent to offending Ning Tianya at the same time. The Dharma Supreme dared to face Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro at the same time with absolute confidence. However, he definitely didn't have the confidence to face both Buluching and Ning Tianya at the same time. Therefore, Buluching's appearance this time was really impeccable. Although he had helped the Moon Breeze couple, at the same time he had also greatly reduced the Dharma Supreme's confidence, because the Dharma Supreme didn't dare to make a move now. Once a person's heart had the word "don't dare," there would also be fear. With fear, confidence would also plummet. Moreover, what the Dharma Supreme cultivated was the heart. On one hand, Buluching had some friendship with the Moon Breeze couple. On the other hand, it was also because he felt the Dharma Supreme's rising battle interest and excitement that he suddenly came out to stop him. He knew that if the Dharma Supreme passed this hurdle, he would probably be completely above him. Therefore, Buluqing didn't hesitate to make a move. Although he didn't really start the battle, he had already dealt a heavy blow to the Dharma Supreme. This blow was aimed at the Dharma Supreme's heart. It was a vital spot. Buluqing smiled coldly. Whether the people here live or die, whether they are killed by the Moon Breeze couple or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that once you make a move, you will be the first Dharma Supreme to be killed and fall in the heavens in 100,000 years. It was a further blow to his confidence. This time, Buluqing used life and death. A battle between two peak experts, the meaning behind the words, and the impact on one's mental state was far greater than that of a sword and a saber. Yi Di, Xiaosei, and the rest were all smart people. They naturally knew that the conversation between the two had, in fact, already started the battle between the peak experts. They couldn't help but perk up their ears, accurately capturing the special meaning behind every sentence from both parties. Comparing it with their own cultivation and mental state, everyone actually had a feeling of sudden realization. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, "Brother Bu, you are too confident. I'm afraid that instead of killing, Brother Bu will be killed." Brother Bu should know that if Brother Bu wants to have a one-on-one battle with me, it's not that I can't do it. Step by step, the Dharma Supreme was forced into a corner by Buluqing and finally started to counterattack. And this counterattack was to separate Buluqing and the Moon Breeze couple for a one-on-one battle. If he were to attack the Moon Breeze couple, Buluqing would definitely join in the battle. But if he were to directly challenge Buluqing, with Buluqing's status and pride, he would rather die than let the Moon Breeze couple help. And if the Moon Breeze couple were to interfere, Buluqing would instead be furious. Therefore, the Moon Breeze couple didn't dare to interfere rashly. The Dharma Supreme's counterattack blocked the Moon Breeze couple's way of participating in the battle with just one sentence. Although it didn't go with his original intention, he could easily achieve his goal. A figure flashed, and Buluqing, dressed in green and white, instantly traversed a distance of 10,000 feet and suddenly appeared in midair. In his hand, a long sword shone with green light. He just stood in midair, sword in hand, body like a sword, gaze like a sword. He sneered at the crowd below and recited slowly, "Walking the world, I see a lonely shadow. Looking at the world, I walk alone. The world is but a path of life and death. The merciful sword shows no mercy." Buluqing said coldly, "Dharma Supreme, come and fight with me." Facing the Dharma Supreme's counterattack, Buluqing directly challenged him. This was an even more domineering answer, even a form of oppression. "You say you can kill me, then fight with me. Let's see if I kill you or you kill me." Although the Dharma Supreme had a mental barrier because of Buluqing and had no choice but to break through, how could Buluqing not want to break through his own mental demons? Ever since he knew that the Dharma Supreme had innate spirit meridians, Buluqing felt uncomfortable. So tonight he must defeat him. He had to overcome his inner demons. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, "Why can't I fight with you?" However, the Moon Breeze couple is not allowed to kill anyone tonight. His words were vague, but expressed very clearly. If the Moon Breeze couple were to fight, I would have to worry about the consequences. Even if it was a decisive battle, it would not be a decisive battle in the truest sense. You're already going overboard by stopping me from avenging my disciple. Now that the two of you are having a decisive battle, you still want to restrict my actions. Dharma Supreme, don't you think you are meddling too much? Yu Lingxue was furious and was about to explode. Suddenly, a soft voice entered his ears. "Your disciple is fine. However, the Lan clan cannot be let off easily." Yu Lingxue's body shook and a look of joy appeared on his face. It was the voice of that mysterious woman. Yu Lingxue's expression changed, and he said indifferently, "Not fighting, fine. However, the main culprit tonight, the Lan clan, must give me an explanation. Otherwise, Even if the Dharma Supreme and Brother Bu stop us at the same time, even if the two of us cannot kill everyone here, we are confident that we can kill more than half of them and leave calmly. Chapter 1032. Lan Mushiwa was already severely injured by Zi Xieching. How could he still come? When the Dharma Supreme asked this question, the entire place was silent. Even the members of the Lan clan were silent. They did not know why their old ancestor had not arrived yet. The Dharma Supreme said coldly, "The other 8 clans leave? Disperse. As for the Lan clan, Brother you can deal with them as you see fit. However, I hope that this matter will end here." After saying that, the Dharma Supreme stood up, his black robe fluttering in the air. He said, "Brother Bu, since you want to fight, then come with me." He had no choice but to agree to Yu Lingshue's request. Bu Luqing was obviously going against him. If the Moon Breeze couple were to interfere and the 3 of them surrounded him, that would be really bad. With his status, he couldn't possibly run away, right? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme had no choice but to agree first. The Moon Breeze couple had to deal with the Lan clan and couldn't rush over to join hands with Bu Luqing. However, a battle with Bu Luqing would be beneficial to him instead. At the very least, it would be a boost to his cultivation and comprehension. Bu Luqing pointed his sword and said indifferently, "Follow me!" The sword light flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, Bu Luqing had already disappeared without a trace. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. In a flash, he was like a black cloud, with his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind. Everyone knew that he had already left, but they felt that his black robe was still floating slowly in the air. With a furious roar, Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue attacked the Lan clan at the same time. Even without Zi Xieching's words, the 2 of them didn't intend to let the Lan clan off. Since the Lan clan dared to attack them, they had to pay the price. With 2 supreme martial artists attacking together, it was a clean and efficient attack. In just a moment, the Lan clan was already dead and injured, with only 2 supreme martial artists escaping desperately. Yu Lingxue wanted to give chase, but Feng Yuro stopped him. "Let them go. From now on, we won't have any relationship with the Lan clan anymore. We'll repay Mei Xian for her kindness." Yu Lingxue snorted with some reluctance, but ultimately didn't give chase. Then the husband and wife glanced coldly at the 8 great clans present. Without saying a word, they flew away with a swoosh. Humph! Zhuge Hutu waved his sleeves and led the Zhuge family away. He turned around and scolded, "Serves you right!" The other 7 families rolled their eyes. Zhuge Hutu finally understood that these guys were all after the sacred tribe elder locked up in the dungeon. Because of the wrong information, it led to today's battle. How could Zhuge Hutu not be depressed? How important was the medicine banquet to nourish the heavens? It concerned the fate of the entire clan. Yet these fellows were still scheming and robbing at such a time. Fuck! What the hell? The 2nd Grandmaster of the Zhuge family spat in disdain and left. However, he still felt a little happy in his heart. Damn it, our Zhuge clan only lost 2 people, but each of your clans lost dozens of people. From this point of view, the Zhuge clan actually benefited from the glory. Humans were like this. They thought that they were unlucky, so they felt bad. But if they suddenly found out that someone else was unluckier than them, they would immediately become happy. The Zhuge family left. Then there was a moment of silence. Then, suddenly, a commotion broke out like a flash flood. The Yi clan lost the 2nd young master and more than 70 experts. The Xiao clan lost the 5th young master and more than 10 experts. Both clans were very sullen. As for the other clans, the Shi clan lost more than 40 experts. The Ling clan lost 40. The Li clan lost 35. The Chen clan lost close to 50, and the Li clan lost the most. The Li clan came uninvited and wanted to gain something without risking anything. In the end, they lost the most, a total of 10 experts. It could be said to be a great loss. Let's go. Li Xiangxi waved his hand and left with his subordinates without saying anything. Why did his clan lose the most people? Li Xiangxi knew very well. It was because of that one of the tribulations of his clan, Li Xiongtu. With one of the tribulations in the Li clan, he would become the target of the other 8 clans. If he stayed any longer, if this bunch of red-eyed fellows suddenly attacked like mad dogs, his Li clan would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, the Li clan retreated first. The Qin clan was the third to leave. The Chen clan could be considered to be extremely tragic. They had saved a huge sum of expenses, bribing Chu Yang. They only sent people to keep a close eye on the other clans. Everyone was ready to go, and they would immediately follow up once there was a move. Therefore, after painstaking planning, they finally managed to make up for this huge loss. The other clans still had a reason to find trouble with Chu Yang and beat him up to vent their anger. However, the Chun clan didn't even have such an excuse. They could only leave in dismay. They accepted this loss. Shi Jing of the Shi clan was the first to make trouble. Taking advantage of his seniority, he scolded, "A bunch of pig brains! Don't you use your brains when you do things? Are all of your brains filled with tofu dregs? Oh, your ancestors! Even if our Shi clan is made of stone and can't think, don't tell me all your clans have the same surname as us? Phut! Then we're still one clan." Xiao Sei and Yi Di's faces darkened. This bastard Shi Jing was obviously using this as an excuse to make a fuss. How was he scolding his own clan? He was obviously scolding them indirectly. This fellow had suffered a loss when he was delegating tasks to the Dharma Supreme. As expected, he was acting up now. Ling Fengyin said angrily, "Shut up! If you don't want to become a pile of dead stones, take your men and scram. I'm already depressed, so don't make me annoyed." Shi Jing stomped his feet and scolded, "What do you mean?" Xiao Sei stepped forward coldly. "Everyone has died. Why don't we settle our own affairs? Shi Jing, if you're unhappy, no one is happy. If you really make us angry, all of us will beat you up together." Xiao Sei's words were very well spoken. Although he was teaching Shi Jing a lesson, he seemed to have unintentionally pulled everyone closer together. Shi Jing shrank his neck and scolded, "Fuck! If we can't afford to offend you, can't we just hide?" Just like that, he left with his men. Then, everyone counted their losses. The more they counted, the more gloomy their faces became. 73 people from the Yi clan died. One of them is a first-grade supreme martial artist. 3 of them are second-grade martial saints. 11 of them are 8th-grade martial saints. 17 of them are 7th-grade martial saints. 5 of them are second-grade martial saints. And the rest are 4th-grade martial saints, including the second-in-command of the younger generation, Yi Shifeng. Yi Shifeng died in the hands of the Shao clan. Among the 73 people, 41 were killed by the Shao clan. 7 died in the hands of the Ling clan. 12 died in the hands of the Lan clan. 2 died in the hands of the Qin clan. 1 died in the hands of the Li clan. 3 died in the hands of the Shi clan. And 2 died in the hands of the Shao clan. Yi Di stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing. "You have to give me an explanation too." "Bullshit." Xiao Sei was the first to jump up. 17 people from the Shao clan died. More than 50 of them died in the hands of the Yi clan. Even the 5th young master of the younger generation died. Furthermore, it was the Yi clan who killed him first. Who is going to give us an explanation? Ling Fengyin snorted coldly and said, "Many people from the Ling clan died in the hands of the Yi clan. I still want an explanation." Qin Chou smiled faintly. "The blood debt of the Yi clan is not small either." Yi Di was furious. "Where is this place?" "This is the territory of the Yi clan." What are all of you doing here? Dead. Serves you right for being dead. You actually want an explanation? Ridiculous. The grand ancestors quarreled for a while, each of them arguing until their faces and necks were flushed red. All of them felt wronged and indignant. However, they were at a stalemate and no one could convince the other. The more they argued, the more intense it became. The members of the various clans behind them had tears in their eyes as they collected the remains of their brothers and elders. They were filled with murderous intent. It looked like a war was about to break out again. Seeing that the situation was not good and seemed to be out of control, Yudi frowned and said, "There are only a few of us now. It is meaningless to talk about it. Let's find an opportunity. The 5 of us are here. This matter has nothing to do with the Chen clan, Li clan, or Zhuge clan. The Lan clan is already dead. Later, we will look for Lan Muxue and find out what is going on. Then, we will find an opportunity to capture that person called Chu Yang and interrogate him. Let's get to the bottom of this before we talk about other things. As for the losses of each clan, we will come up with an agreement after the trial. Each clan must be responsible for the compensation." Yi Di looked at the elders with great authority. "What do you think of my suggestion?" "Good. Let's capture that Chu Yang first. Anyway, everyone has a big business. No one can run away." Xiao Sei was the first to agree. Although the others were not convinced, they could only do this for now. The feud between the Xiao clan and the Yi clan was getting deeper and deeper. However, it did not erupt on a large scale. The root cause was Yi Di and Xiao Sei. These two were good friends back then. If it were not for the friendship between these two elders, the two clans would have been in a bloodbath long ago. Although both clans were in a lot of blood, Xiao Sei was the first to agree to Yi Di's suggestion. This showed that the relationship between these two was not ordinary. Qing Chou laughed out loud and said, "Actually, even though we have suffered a lot of losses, but compared to the Lan clan, it pales in comparison and is not worth mentioning. Lan Muxue, this old bastard, went for wool and came home shorn. If he is still alive, he must be very depressed." The other, second grandmasters started to laugh at the misfortune of the Lan clan. The atmosphere became less tense. Lan Muxue will not die. The last 2 high-level supreme martial artists of the Lan clan have been released. Why would they kill Lan Muxue? However, it is expected that Lan Muxue will suffer a lot this time, Yi Di said. Ling Fengyin said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. We have one less strong competitor, that elder of the divine tribe." "Ha ha ha," Yi Di's face darkened. He said, "With your Ling clan, I won't be lonely." Ling Fengyin laughed. After the discussion, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. The ground was full of blood. Everyone was melancholic. Chapter 1033. While everyone was discussing, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant horizon. Then, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Countless places in the sky cracked, and pitch-black cracks appeared. It was obvious that the Dharma Supreme and Buluqing had started fighting. Yi Di and the rest looked into the distance cautiously, their expressions complicated. The Dharma Supreme and Buluqing's level was a level that these few people dreamed of but had yet to reach. Rumbling sounds could be heard from afar. After a short while, a bolt of lightning flashed in midair, splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. This bolt of lightning seemed to have connected the blue sky and the earth. Its grandeur was simply incomparable. Mercy soared. Buluqing has made his move. Everyone was shocked. Yi Di and Xiao Sei looked solemn. Seeing this sword, both of them thought of one thing at the same time. If Buluqing had attacked them with this sword, both of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "Everyone, let's go back. Don't think about going to watch the battle. A battle of this level is a blow to our confidence." Ling Fengyin laughed. The others seconded. grandmasters laughed as well, but their expressions were forced. Just as everyone was about to leave, they suddenly felt the entire ground tremble. They looked over in shock and saw that the lightning was like a chain of lightning, appearing in the sky one after another, illuminating the area as if it was daytime. On the other side of the sword light, there was a floating mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was used as a sledgehammer, fiercely hammering down on the sword light again and again and again and again, hammering down. It's the Dharma Supreme! The Dharma Supreme's divine art of heaven and earth. Everyone gasped. Picking up a mountain and throwing it out was something that everyone present could do. But picking up a mountain and smashing it down did not work, and then retrieving it and smashing it down again. This required more than 100 times the strength needed to lift a mountain. However, the Dharma Supreme actually continued to smash the mountain. One could clearly see that the entire mountain had turned into powder. Bulyoching's sword light was still flying in the sky. Fine stone foam and dust floated in the sky above Tenji City. It became gray and hazy. When they saw this, all the second ancestors sighed in unison. They were momentarily at a loss for words. When Buluching and the Dharma Supreme left, a white shadow flashed at a speed that could not be seen and appeared at the hiding place of Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. Have you seen enough? Let's go. The white figure grabbed one of them with one hand and then waved his other hand in the air. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian saw the space in front of them being forcefully pulled apart like a piece of cloth. Mountains, rivers, and buildings seemed to have suddenly sped up in front of them. They were rushing towards them at a rapid speed and then disappeared, following which Zi Xieching carried the two of them and took a huge step forward. This step was like stepping over life and death, stepping over the netherworld. After taking a step out, Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian suddenly realized that they had already left Tenji City and arrived at the outskirts of the wilderness, tearing the space apart 1,000 miles in one step. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Zi Xieching was very strong, but he definitely did not know that Zi Xieching could actually carry two people and tear the space apart to the extent of 1,000 miles in a single step. Wrong. Zi Xieching said lightly, "This place is 2,700 miles away from Tenji City." Chu Yang was instantly petrified. Wu Qianqian at the side looked at Zi Xieching as if she was in a dream. Her mind was in a daze. Ever since Wu Qianqian followed Chu Yang, she was used to seeing the change of dynasties and was also used to seeing cruelty. She was even more indifferent to life and death and had seen through life. She had also experienced shock. Ever since she became the disciple of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian had seen even more of the world. By right, at this stage, ordinary things would not cause Wu Qianqian to be shocked at all, and would not disturb her calm state of mind. But at this moment, she was really dumbfounded and only felt that the world was spinning. She did not expect that Sister Z, who had a friendly conversation with her that day, actually had such a terrifying cultivation, tearing the entire space apart like a piece of cloth, carrying two people and traversing 2,700 miles in one step. What kind of concept was this? Wu Qianqian did not know, but she knew that even if her two masters combined their strength and multiplied it by 10, they would definitely not be able to do this. In that case, wasn't this Sister Z the real number one in this heavenly layer? Wu Qianqian opened her pretty little mouth and only closed it after a long time. She sighed and said, "So Sister Z is the real number one in this heavenly layer." She finally said this sentence. It was really like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Wrong. Zi Xieching said lightly, "I'm not the number one in this heavenly layer, but I'm the number one in all the planes within a radius of 70 million miles outside this heavenly layer." Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian felt dizzy at the same time. This is the most secluded and least populated place. It's the most suitable place for two supreme martial artists to battle. Zi Xieching said, In a while, I'll use my elemental energy to protect you and go over to see a battle between experts of this level with your own eyes." She looked at Chu Yang steadily and said, "This will be very beneficial for your future achievements. Moreover, this kind of battle between experts of similar strength is the rarest. You have to comprehend it well." Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian nodded seriously. Even without her saying, both of them knew how rare this opportunity was. The battle between the Dharma Supreme and Bulu Qing was definitely a battle at the peak of the heavenly layer. The benefits they could gain were even more than the battle between Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing, because the battle between Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing would not be life-threatening, but the Dharma Supreme and Bulu Qing both wanted to kill each other. This kind of battle, those who were close to the level did not dare to watch, because they were working hard towards this goal. After watching this battle, it would leave a shadow of never to surpass. Then it would really be over. Therefore, Ling Fengyan said, "If we watch a battle of this level, it will be a blow to our confidence." But Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian were now far from this level, so they did not feel anything. Just like a person who could earn $1 million a month, when he saw someone who could earn $10 million, he would immediately feel, "I thought I was very awesome and was as awesome as a donkey every day, but it turns out that he is much stronger than me. This is such a blow to my self-esteem." But a person who could only earn $1,000 a month, when he saw someone who could earn $10 million, would humbly learn and refer to his successful experience and even make him his ultimate goal. Yes, that was more or less the case. As they spoke, a flash of sword light came from the direction of the hidden danger, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to split the sky. It was Bulu Qing. Behind him, a figure followed, closely behind like a dark cloud. His movements were neither fast nor slow, confident and at ease, with a kind of calm and domineering aura of a sovereign. It was the Dharma Supreme. Wu Qianqian originally admired and respected these two people, but now she did not know why, but a thought like, "That's all there is to it." Even Wu Qianqian herself was shocked by this thought. The impact of Zi Xieching was really too great. Bulu Qing and the Dharma Supreme were the first to move. They had already walked quite a distance before Zi Xieching brought Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian to move. The three of them had already waited for a while before the two of them finally arrived. No wonder Wu Qianqian had such thoughts. Zi Xieching's eyes flashed. With a wave of her slender hand, an invisible aura cut off all the senses of the outside world, including sight, hearing, and intuition. Bulu Qing landed on the ground with a swoosh. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, "Brother Dharma Supreme, what do you think of the feng shui of this burial place that I have chosen for you?" The Dharma Supreme's black figure stopped in the air like a demon god. With his hands behind his back, he looked around as if he was really checking the feng shui. After a long while, he nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "If Brother Bu is buried here, this place will not be in vain. It will definitely become a sword mountain in the future. Looks like Brother Bu has already made arrangements for his funeral." Bu Liuqing's slender figure stood alone. He laughed coldly and said, "If it is the burial place of the Dharma Supreme, I think it will be more suitable." The Dharma Supreme shook his head and laughed. He said casually, "Brother Bu, actually there is something that I do not understand." "Speak." Bulu Qing seemed to have guessed what he was going to say and said calmly, "Brother Bu is full of enmity towards me." The Dharma Supreme said, 13,000 years ago, when I was inaugurated as the Dharma Supreme, Brother Bu went to the law enforcement city to look for me. After meeting me, he turned and left without saying a word. That was the first time we met." The Dharma Supreme was puzzled and said, "I still remember that time, among all the guests in the world. Brother Bu gave me the most gifts, and they were also the most precious. At that time, I was still a little flattered, haha. I thought that I had found a soulmate, but the truth was not so. Why? 7,000 years ago, when I was chasing after the supreme demon Mu Qing Tian, I met Brother Bu again. That time, Brother Bu even drew his sword against me. Right in front of Tianji City, Brother Bu mocked and ridiculed me. He even scolded me in front of the people of the big clans. The Dharma Supreme said in puzzlement, "I have always been puzzled. When did I offend you, Brother Bu?" Bu Luqing was silent for a long time before he asked, "Who are you?" The Dharma Supreme was stunned and said, "Who am I?" Bu Luqing looked at him with cold and sharp eyes and said coldly, "That's right, who are you?" The Dharma Supreme's pupils contracted and his black hair moved without wind. He laughed softly and said, "Brother Bu, are you confused? I am right in front of you. How can you not recognize me?" Bu Luqing suddenly laughed loudly, his voice piercing through the clouds. "Dharma Supreme, do you know, Dongfang Badeo is my friend. He is also from my hometown. The two of us came from the same village. Moreover, Dongfang Badeo is my rival in love. My wife back then was also from the same village. When Dongfang Badeo was young, he was also madly in love with her. However, she married me later on." Bu Luqing's voice was very light, but his eyes were as sharp as a sword. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.